Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 8 of the Murdaugh trial. I'm Andrew Esquire, your host. Is legal mindset, which you should be your own judge. Guys, we're going to jump right into it to get our tools inspected here live on TV. And here we go. Let me know if the volume is all right.
The back part on it.
Yes, sir. That's just a bullet without any cartridge case attached.
If it's a little high, let me know, guys. We're about to get our tools inspected.
All right, Mr. Grift, I'm going to direct your attention to State's Exhibit number 20, sled item 14.
I think it is a bit high, so I'll take that down.
This is entered into evidence already. I'm going to hand it to you, then ask if you conducted an exam of this item.
Oh, my.
Yes, sir. I did.
All right, what were the results?
Sled item 14, which is State's Exhibit 20, was determined to be 24 birdshot pellets listed as from dog food storage room.
And can you repeat it for my purposes? These were pellets from what?
Yes, sir. 24 birdshot pellets listed as from dog food storage room.
You testified before you presented what a shotgun shell looks like. Would that be what's inside a shotgun shell ultimately?
Yes, sir. That would be an example of birdshot pellets that would be loaded into a shotgun shell.
All right.
Welcome, Mate.
I'm going to direct you
Take
to what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 76, sled item number 12. You got an opportunity to look at all these.
Is this really their best?
Did you have an opportunity to review this?
Corn Pope, did it really dump into law and crime? Oh, no.
Did he really?
Oh, no.
There was an error right at the end, and he couldn't actually end the stream. It was still there for a good 20,
Yes, sir.
10, 20 seconds because he
Um,
couldn't actually end it.
Sled item 12, State's Exhibit 76, was determined to be one fired bullet listed as from bedding inside doghouse.
Wow.
I'm going to direct your attention to State's Exhibit
That's
102, sled item 11.
That's annoying.
Already entered in evidence. Please take a look at this item.
I mean,
Let me know if you're familiar with its contents.
Yes, sir. This is sled item 11, State's Exhibit 102, and that was determined to be one fired bullet jacket fragment, 3 bullet jacket fragments, and 1 piece of lead listed as defect in ground,
Yeah.
gravel, marker
apparently
13.
you dumped into law and cuck.
Yeah, something really weird happened with StreamYard.
No, it wouldn't let me finish my stream. It said it had an error.
I mean, it makes sense that gay shit would happen while this witness is up.
Identified as
Yes, and it didn't go to you, and then it wouldn't let me post your link in my own damn chat. That was weird. Anyway, we're all here.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
sled item 137. Please review this item and let me know if you recognize it and if you performed an examination of it.
Weird.
Yes, sir. This is sled item 137, State's Exhibit 109. It was determined to be one piece of lead listed as from hair on the item 92 dress.
At this point, state would move for 109 to be admitted into evidence. Moving on to State's Exhibit 110, which is sled items 67 and 68. Direct your attention to that. They've been marked as, for identification purposes, as State's item 110.
No objection.
All right, Mr. Brewer, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as evidence is 110. If you would, please take a look at it. Let me know if you've recognized it and performed an examination on it.
Yes, sir. State's Exhibit 110 represents two sled items. Sled item 67, which I examined, determined to be 48 birdshot pellets listed as from left shoulder and head of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy. And sled item 68 was one piece of plastic listed as from left shoulder and head of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy.
That's not great.
When you say where it's from, that's because that's what was identified on the item when it was submitted to you for review.
Yes, sir. That's solely based on how it was logged into our system by the submitting personnel.
All right, I'm going to refer your attention now to three items just to speed along the process a little bit. States 111, 112, and 113 marked as identification purposes. Sled item 69, 66, and 104. So if you please take a look at those in your items in your report.
Ooh, Dick Poon's got himself a nice turquoise tie today.
I mean, it's appropriate for a Southern gentleman.
Oh, who's Buster got his arm around?
His boyfriend?
No, it's a girl.
Break for lunch.
I think that's his girlfriend. That's his girlfriend.
We will.
Wait, where's
resume
Buster?
in 1 hour and 15 minutes. 2:45.
All right.
Great.
Hold
So
it lower.
if I just would have
Oh.
waited 5 more minutes.
Sorry, sorry for that. We were in 380p, guys. Me scusi. All right. I didn't realize. I was like, why are we in? Why is the quality so low? All right. So Jeff,
Are you ready?
hit me, baby, one more time.
There's actually some interesting stuff. It had nothing to do with murder, but there was some interesting stuff.
Yeah. All right. Hold on. Brandon Lesko said, I just put a PayPal towards the soju fund. Someone else needs liquid in their mouth other than a tool examining specialist. All right. Well, I haven't checked yet, but I know you're good for it, Brandon. So we'll start this out the right way. I got the Huayo out of the fridge for this to make sure it's good. So cheers, guys, to another day. The end of the week, actually. We got the end of the week. Jeff, you've
Thank God for
survived. Cheers.
Yep, I did. I'm starting my hydration process for the stream later.
for the Friday the Griftathon.
The first witness was the bank president, where all the banking stuff.
Okay,
was
so
happening.
this is the motion that was happening,
Yeah.
and you watched all the motion. So okay.
Yeah, this is the finance guy. Yeah,
Okay.
he was testifying about how they had like a $340,000 overdraft on the bank. But then he took out a loan from the bank for 400 and something thousand to cover the overdraft when it came out of the debit account or whatever at the end of the month.
Right.
Then they started talking about a $750,000 loan from the bank with no paperwork to support it. It was basically, and they went through this litany of off the book loans he apparently got from the bank.
And this was all off the book loans.
Yeah,
Because I know that people were really flipping out about that in my locals and on Rumble yesterday. They were just saying, I can't believe people who work in banks were like, I don't understand how anybody gets an off the book loan just because of all the paperwork.
and
so
it was
I mean,
highly under collateraled. And the interesting thing was that really doesn't smell very good. Apparently, the loan was given from the bank president himself, signed off on everything for a purchase of one share of some company that Murdaugh owned. Was how it got taken care of paperwork wise. Doesn't smell very good. And the business purpose for the loan was listed as business expenses.
That's real bad.
So yeah, I'm kind of like wondering how many of these people at the bank are in jail or soon to be there. But one of the most interesting, there wasn't many witnesses, but the next witness was Tony Sutterfield, the son of the housekeeper that died.
Okay.
He
was
just gave
a
straight
motion?
up testimony.
And that was a motion witness?
This was just all the financial crime stuff.
Okay.
And he said that, I guess his mother, she fell, hit her head. She suffered in the hospital for 2 or 3 weeks and died. And Alex came and said, well, go after my, sue me, go after my home insurers, my home insurance policy. What he didn't tell him was he had 2 policies. He had one for $500,000 and an umbrella policy for $5 million. He told the kid about the $500,000 one and said he would use that money to pay for his mother's medical bills, and he hoped to have $100,000 or so left over for each of the kids. They never saw a penny of that. He never told them about the $5 million umbrella policy, but he took the insurance payment and then pocketed it. That's how he got the $5 million stolen from that transaction.
That's how he lost that.
Yeah, it was just a $5 million policy that he never told the kid he had. Kid was unhappy. And then he said he told the kid, I can't represent you directly because it's a conflict of interest, but go talk to my friend.
Shit.
Yeah. But he said, even though he said that, the other guy seemed to be almost just a name only person involved. And he thought up to this day, basically, he just thought Alex had been his lawyer the entire time. Didn't tell him about the 5 million policy. That was particularly just like, you're an asshole. It's just kind of how that came off. And then it was Carson Byrne, who was this guy was just wanted to make you stab your ears out so you could never hear anything ever again. He was a complete monotone robot. And why was he a complete monotone robot? Because he was the Attorney General Office's grand jury forensic accountant.
Oh no, not the forensic accountant.
From the grand jury's office.
Oh no.
The AG's grand jury division. He just monotoned through, there's this bank. This is how much is in the bank. They did this. They moved the money over here. This was undersecured. The bank never should have given the loan. Oh, it was painful. And then we had this Darnell guy that was the prosecutor was Beetlejuice Winona. This guy was the beginning of the bullshittery that happened today. He's a fingerprint expert. And they brought him in to talk about fingerprints. But on the used cartridges. He got up and
did the judge rule on the motion or did he preserve?
Now this is the jury is here for this.
Okay.
The jury was here for the fingerprint part. I forgot to mention that. Yeah, after the AG's office forensic accounting guy, they brought the jury in.
So but they did not rule on the motion.
No. So what I'm thinking is it'll depend on what you guys hear at the end. They might just do mornings with the financial stuff and the afternoons with testimony, which would probably make me shoot myself in the head. So we'll have to continue. I told chat we'd have our discussion and figure out what to do over the weekend.
Yeah,
but we'll have to see. But yeah, he came up and he testified round by round, shotgun shell by shotgun shell. There were no fingerprints on the cartridges. Not the ones that were used in the murder. There was no fingerprints on the cartridges and the shotgun shells in his home.
So they don't even have proof of that.
Well, he was saying that it's not unusual. He said that in 30 years of doing this, he's never had a usable print on a rifle cartridge or a shotgun shell.
And what would that prove anyways?
Absolutely. Nothing. They were trying to cover themselves to say that this is why the evidence doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So lack
Clearly
of
that's what
evidence
they're
is
doing.
evidence. Got it.
Yeah,
Got it.
exactly.
Yeah.
He went and they took Murdaugh shotguns and rifles from his home. No fingerprints were on it. No fingerprints were on any of them. So hey, guy cleans his weapons well. That's nice to know. But yeah, nothing about the murder weapons, nothing about the rounds, just everything, the bullets, the rounds, the magazines, the shells from the home, none of it had his fingerprints on it. None of the magazines. And then on the cross-examination, they kind of explained that even on the spent shells, which would have had to been handled to get in the magazine, they don't usually have them because the explosion heats up the casing and burns off the fingerprints. And the interesting thing was, which, I mean, it was just, the prosecution looks stupid because you're like, yeah, they're his weapons. Of course, if there are fingerprints, of course they're going to have on them. Nothing to do with the murder weapon, nothing to do with the casings. They couldn't get any usable prints off the spent casings and shells.
Right.
But they went after him for interesting things. The doorknob to the area where Paul was killed, they didn't check it for fingerprints. And he doesn't know why it wasn't done. He just analyzed the existing fingerprints. He doesn't, and there were no notes as to whether they even looked at it, whether they checked to see if there were fingerprints or not. They never checked the doorknob. They never checked any place where a killer would have physically touched. There's nothing in the notes to indicate that anything was looked at other than the bodies for fingerprints.
That doesn't make much sense to me.
And then we had this really random series of witnesses that testified to getting 2 swabs. Like some guy would come on and testify for 10 minutes about doing a swab on a weapon, and then he'd get off the stand. But we had the police chief Wiggins was the police chief. His name was Wiggins. Police chief Wiggins.
That's
And
Ralph Wiggins.
Yeah, and then my favorite witness of the day was Agent Horny. Her name was Chandler Horny, and I was just so happy it was spelled Horney.
Really?
Chandler Horny. She swabbed his cheeks, which just made it even better.
Now here's the question: would he like it? Would he enjoy it?
I hope he did, because it was a refreshing break to hear Agent Horny talk about swabbing a dude's cheeks.
Yeah. You need to mix it up every once in a while, you know.
You came in to the guy explaining what a gun is to people.
To the tool inspector, which we've already had experience with him in the pretrial phase.
Yeah, that was it. Like I said, there's
some
really interesting financial stuff. Really interesting to hear how he robbed the $5 million allegedly from the family of the housekeeper, but none of it has anything to do with murder.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, here's the thing, though, Jeff. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is my understanding: is that all of this is still a motion, still in camera.
Yep.
So we're hearing it all, pretty much litigating a financial case in motion practice. And then we're going to have that potentially again during the case, because they would have to re-present those evidence and those witnesses during the actual case in front of the jury.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying to the chat is, regardless of whether it's let in or not, this is all a complete waste of time. Because if it's not let in, they didn't have to do it. If it is let in, we got to hear it again.
Yep. Either way. Either way. And for some of these witnesses, particularly, I don't know if any got emotional on the stand, but we had the business associate that clearly put his own money in there, put the $190K of his own money to cover the shortfall. The guy was his friend, known him for a long time, clearly hurt. And to say that, hey, this guy's got to get back on the stand, not just once, not just twice, but 3 times, right? Because he's got to get back on again during this trial, and then during the financial crimes trial, because guess what? You still got to have that one. So it's, and it's ridiculous too, because if you look at Law and Cuck, which is not surprising, they had a poll on how many of their folks think the financial crime should come in, and about 80%. I mean, it's just, it's Remus monkey level. I mean, it's definitely
What did a Remus monkey ever do to you?
Return to Harambe. I mean, this is definitely not what should be coming in to this trial.
There's like a whole bunch of
Just not
Remus
for
monkeys out there
murder.
going, hey, we wouldn't let it in either.
Speaking of Remus monkeys, Flux sent a $5 which said, "Did you see AOC's slam poetry preferences yesterday? It was trash. Like this case. Do you want me to play the clip? It'll wake you guys up.
She was channeling Jesse Jackson. There.
Okay, I'm gonna play the clip just so it wake you guys up a little bit. Thank you, Flux.
Don't tell me that this is about a condemnation of anti-Semitic remarks when you have a member of the Republican caucus who has talked about Jewish.
At least we get to watch her blouse bounce.
An entire amount of tropes, and also elevated her to some of the highest committee assignments in this body. This is about targeting women of color in the United States of America. Don't tell me, because I didn't get a single apology when my life was threatened. Thank you. Don't tell me.
What's with the thing in the book? What is that supposed to be a mic drop because she can't throw it? What the hell?
I don't know.
It's
what that
AOC.
is. Yeah,
it's AOC.
ridiculous.
That's what it is.
Acting like she's black just because she represents Queens it's really ridiculous. Yeah, it's a fucking this is a fucking clown world. But
Stupid cow.
you know, if they had some of that energy on the stand, it would be it was if some of the witnesses had that energy, I think it would be good.
Yes.
So do you think we're going to just get what type of witnesses would you forecast in the actual trial coming, up next?
That's a good question. No clue.
I mean, we have 255 witnesses total. We're through maybe a dozen or so witnesses. So we still got pretty much all of SLED that can be brought up. Every single employee of SLED.
That's the trouble. The prosecution hasn't led any sort of structured case, so we have no clue what the hell they're going to come up with next. Because ordinarily there'd be a logical progression, people, to what the witnesses would be. Right at the moment, I mean, let alone the fact that we're jumping between the murder stuff and the financial stuff. But each and every time they bring up a witness, it's like, okay, what is this person going to talk about? Because it's completely out of order and makes no sense.
Yeah, and to spend 20 minutes to say, oh, I took 2 swabs from the guy's gun. I mean,
when it could have been stipulated.
Yeah, and Dick Poon was like, can we stipulate to this?
Yeah. I mean, why not? Like, why is it not stipulated to? Is it because Dick Poon is being an asshole?
No, Poon was the one who's like, can I stipulate to this? If you want to go through it, fine.
Yeah, can we just ignore this and move on?
So
seriously, he stood up. He stood up and said, "Look, Your Honor, we will stipulate to this." And the oh god, what's her name? The hot chick prosecutor goes,
Ryder.
"Okay, thank you." Winona Ryder said to the judge, "Okay, we have no questions for this witness then." Like it was, they went through 2 witnesses in quick succession, probably within a couple of minutes doing that.
Yeah.
Interesting. Like to just blow through those witnesses because I mean, like if you've got no cross, then there's no reason not to stipulate and not to allow it in, other than to just say, hey, we're going to bury them under this volume of evidence, right?
That's all it was.
Yep.
That is legitimately, in my opinion, all it was.
We're trying to make a case by saying we don't have evidence. We're just going to bury you under a volume of no evidence of stuff that doesn't prove murder. Nicholas says, prediction: if Murdaugh is let loose, he will run to the feds to plead the living frick out of the financials. I don't know whether they'll let him at this point. I think they might have to go after him just from like a optics standpoint, because people will expect him to serve life or want him to serve life. I don't know. Maybe not though. Somebody brought up this theory, Jeff, that because they've effed up so much and they are clearly making mistakes on the murder case, people are losing faith in the financial case. They're saying that they're going to fuck up the financial case. I mean, it's pretty hard to fuck up the financial case.
Yeah, I mean,
what we've seen so far in court is more than enough to convict somebody for a financial case.
Oh yeah.
There should have been money and there wasn't. Those are pretty much the two criteria. Like the money should have been in this account and it wasn't. That's how easy financial cases are. That's why they bring them, because they're so easy to bring. But fair prediction.
You're right. I got nothing to add to that. I mean, that's where it's going.
Yeah.
They have to get him. That's the whole deal. I personally don't know why they're messing around with the murder stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they're trying to set a ground for appeal. Honestly, I mean, they're trying to allow, like, I think what they've done so far and what the judge is permitting is going to set up grounds for an appeal, because this stuff has absolutely nothing to do. It's only not only completely irrelevant, but it's trying the case twice. That's the whole reason why we have these rules. The reason why we have these rules is to prevent the case from being tried twice. It's essentially double jeopardy, especially on the financial crimes. Okay, so a couple here. Gut feeling, innocent or guilty. The murder, not the financial stuff. I think he's innocent. Well, let's do a poll. I mean, we can have those. I mean, and by the way, you guys have been trending up in terms of guilt. But we'll see. What do you? I mean, my needle hasn't moved. Maybe you guys disagree with me on that. Ozzy, what do you think? Hayden, what do you think about?
I'm still firmly in the camp of the prosecution. Whether he was guilty or not, they haven't proven the case. So I think he's going to have to be found not guilty. But that's my own personal opinion. Do I think that he was involved? Absolutely.
Oh, yes. And by the way, the real language is guilty or not guilty, not guilty or innocent. Because obviously you can be guilty, or rather morally guilty.
He's a shitty person, and as far as I'm concerned, he is guilty of many things. Yes. Is he necessarily guilty of killing his wife and son in this instance? They haven't proven it to me. There's still far too much reasonable doubt in my mind for me to be able to say, yes, this guy murdered his family.
Yeah, sorry.
Even if I think he did,
I
wouldn't be able to convict him on it.
Yeah, I was reading the super chat there. Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Oh, exactly the same. I mean, I think he probably has something to do with it. Why? Or I can't even really say that, because the more I bring up my conspiracy theory, it's got to be a cartel or a bookie, or organized crime or something like that. The more that actually starts to make sense to me.
Yeah, and actually, that's a great point. I think Mimi was saying that in the chat. Was that they've proven that a lot of people have motive to kill his family. That any of these given people, their Uncle Tio could have come out there with a gun and killed these people. I mean, that this guy had ripped off a lot of people. A lot of people could have been the ones behind the trigger. You're just, to me, validating a defense theory that it wasn't Alex. I mean, there could be somebody out there who he owed money to, and it doesn't even have to be a lot. People have gotten shot for less. You owe somebody 50 grand. They go out there and say, look, F you, I'm killing your son and your wife in front of you. You don't pay me, I'm going to kill your last son. You got one more. I'm going to come back for the remainder.
Well, it's not only that. I mean, at this point, all Dick Poon has to do is during closing is stand up and say, basically, I mean, if they're still in the courtroom, he can turn around and point and just go, every one of these members of his firm, including the Chris Wilson that he worked with, all have a motive to kill his family with the amount of money that was taken. That right there is reasonable doubt.
Yep, all of them.
And he can pretty much sit down.
Yeah. Brandon Lesko says, I want to firmly reiterate, if this stuff is let in, I'm not watching it unless you swap the video out for something on the hub while we listen. Seriously, yeah, Jeff and I'll chit chat about this, but obviously I'm not a fan of a financial crime case. I mean, none of us signed up for a financial crime case. I wouldn't, it's not something I would cover. Even if it was something that was streamed, it's not something I would typically cover because it's boring as fuck. And look, I've done security stuff. I've done, financing. I understand it. It's not that I don't understand it. It's because it's literally paint and trying. I will do that, in my off time. I deal with all that, real estate, property finance, all that shit in my off time. I don't want to deal with that watching a case and seeing it develop for financial crimes. It's just not sexy. It's not interesting, and it's not great. I
think if we all bow out on the financial stuff, I mean, I was talking to the wife about it because, I'm pulling like 7-hour shifts doing this shit.
Which we deeply appreciate. And by the way, guys,
make sure you're over here.
Make sure you're over here following Ozzy Overlord on YouTube, because he's fucking doing the Lord's work over here. He's out there fighting the Emu War, and getting it restored. I see a couple. You've been getting them trickling in here, but I really hope we can at some point get you to 9K. I think that'd be
nice.
quite nice. But just come over here, smash that. Maybe get him to 8.6K. I think we can do that. I think that's something we can do as a team. If you guys don't have him followed, I'll copy paste this in there into the chat myself with these hands. So you guys see that and can follow Ozzy because he's doing a great job. But yeah, no. So your wife is going to divorce you over this case, huh?
Oh no, don't get me wrong. She was pushing me to do more trial streams because she knows that those are the more interesting ones that bring people in and all that sort of thing. But what I'm thinking is that if we do bow out of the financial stuff, if it's not going to be like a gavel to gavel coverage, what I might do is have it playing in the background while I do my usual show. But that's about all I'll really cover on it. So that if anything does happen, we might catch 2 hours, 3 hours of it maybe. But have me on one side reading my news stories and talking about crap as I usually do, and just have it like in the corner and just say, okay, here's what's going on, sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean that might be a solution. Because to me, I talked with my folks, and they said some type of update, what they'd be happy with, but with the watching a financial crime is like paint drying. It frankly is, and anybody who tries to paint it up is just putting lipstick on the pig, as they say in the South. And when you end up fucking a pig, everybody sees you and they put it in the morning news.
You got a pretty mouth. But I put up a poll and I said, what would you rather do? Either just abandon it until the financial stuff is done and then go back to the rest of the prosecution, or just bag the prosecution altogether and start. And the general consensus was ban just forget the financial stuff. And when they start doing real stuff, go back to it.
Yeah. And that sounds more reasonable.
But if they're going to do this half a day shit, that's a totally different animal that I didn't think about.
Well, how do you split that pig? I mean,
I probably sleep peacefully.
Yeah. Yeah.
And speaking of sleeping peacefully, I need to eject right now.
Sure.
Because I've got to start drinking in 6 hours.
I understand. Jeff, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being a homeboy. Thank you for filling us in. As always, definitely a mensch. Guys, make sure you're subscribed to Legal Vices. I know most of you are here, and obviously most of you are coming from him. So check him out. Also, I want to make sure we get this one Rumble rant that'll make you laugh on the way out, which is, let me catch this. Am I the only one turned on when AOC pretends to be angry? Jeff, does angry AOC give you a chub?
She's kind of bouncing there for a little bit, though. That was kind of nice.
She's
not ugly. She's not ugly. It's just that's one of those like things like just shut up.
There you go. You heard it. You heard it from the mouth of the master. All right, Jeff. Thank you so much. Get some sleep, brother.
Talk to you later. Bye, everybody. Bye. See you in a bit, Ozzy.
Yeah. One here from Nick says, if he pocketed $4 to $5 million from the insurance the weeks before the murder, where did it go? The bank doesn't seem to have seen them. This is what I'm talking about. I'm thinking that he is at that volume of money. There's got to be somebody in.
There's got to be a third party taking it.
There's got to be, and probably there's some off the books parties. There's got to be some off the books parties. I mean, if he's involved buying drugs, he's already involved off the books. Particularly if he had a drug habit that was on the high end. Although I know that some of these costs are for financing, I guess, bad real estate deals because he was leveraged or just servicing debt. I mean, it's like the U.S. economy, guys. I mean, this is like Alex Murdaugh is like the U.S. economy. At some point, or most advanced Western countries, at some point, you run out of money, right? You borrow from everybody. The only difference is that, we've got a money printer to go burr. Alex Murdaugh does not. I mean, the velocity of money when you start borrowing like that picks up and it just becomes unsustainable. Let's see. He went to the Bahamas after the murder, but okay. So is the theory is he dropped the money in a Bahamian bank? Here's the thing. I want to mention this as somebody who lives abroad and as an American. We have, and anybody who knows will know, if you're dropping a lot of money, I mean, there are some places out there that are still kind of suspect and shady and will like allow those things to happen. But if you showed up with $4 to $5 million in most foreign countries, the required filings are going to be severe. They are going to be reported. It's not going to be hidden in most cases nowadays.
Oh yeah,
2020.
you show up with 10K here. Like even if you deposit, like even if you make a deposit of 10K or more over a period of say a month, you have to report that for anti-money laundering and terrorism funding over here. So
Yes,
it's and that's a fairly like normal thing for most countries. So
yeah, that's in the U.S. is required various countries to through their banking process report any Americans that hold funds in accounts. That's because we have global taxation. So if you're an American
you do.
abroad, yeah, we do. So Jeff and I, regardless of whether or not we're in the United States, have to report. Now we get reductions for being residents of other countries, but yeah, it's a significant thing. So I don't think him going to the Bahamas is gonna get him off the hook here. Legacy Swiss bank account. Yeah, those are. It's important you said legacy because those are really a legacy of the past. They don't really exist. We can't carry that in even on cash on a private plane. Yeah, exactly. Like it's going to be hard. It's going to be very hard. He bought the gold with only cash and stored the gold in a waterproof chest and dropped it in the sea. Sure. He put it on a ledger and then put it into Bitcoin, put it on a ledger and dropped it in the ocean. Yeah, and Brandon's right. They have pierced through the Swiss bank accounts. The Swiss bank accounts is a thing from like movies of the past, like 60s, 70s, and 80s. That was a thing. That's not a thing anymore.
Yeah, like the Wolf of Wall Street thing where he goes over to Switzerland and he's like, "I know exactly what you're asking, you little shit." Yeah, that doesn't happen anymore for the most part.
Well, no, actually, Wolf of Wall Street might even be accurate because if what ultimately happens is they end up narking on him, right, and they end up getting that money. So yeah, that shows you what they're gonna do. I mean, they're gonna narc. They would narc on you first thing. But yes, you can't shove $5 million in your asshole. Although I think that expert witness might try, the one we saw at the last end. he might try. Yeah. Was there any witnesses that stood out to you, Hayden, on the first in the? I don't understand the financial
crime. I came in a little
half,
later than usual, but look, no, not really. I mean, it's the same sort of thing that I expected to come from the prosecution. I mean, the guy that came in, the weapons expert right towards the end,
right?
Who, if he's not flaming, then I'm not Australian. It's like, well, I mean, they brought in another shotgun that was that they reckon was a replica of. I mean, it was either one of his other shotguns that fires a 12 gauge, or it was a replica of the one that they think was used in the shooting. It was still irrelevant because it's not the murder weapon. They haven't shown the murder weapon. It doesn't change anything. But that was the most exciting part of my day, was seeing a camo colored shotgun in court.
Yeah, I mean that's like, ooh,
So,
look at this sexy
Pretty.
gun. Yeah, I mean honestly, and I think that like the jury perks up when they see guns because some of them are like, I'm gonna buy that, And they're actually thinking that they're like, yo, I'm gonna go buy that stuff. But me coming into him explaining what a fucking shot shell is, that's ridiculous.
God. So the irony was
some of these
financial guy.
Yeah.
The irony was that the financial guy was going so far over people's heads that I'm sitting there going, you need to explain this to people like they're 10 years old. And I swear to God, someone in the court heard me and told it to the gun guy.
Right.
But that went the wrong way.
But I mean, that some of these guys are reloaders, right? That some of these guys definitely, I bet you that at least one or two of the people on this panel, on the jury panel, I guarantee you they load their own shot shells, and they know exactly what a fucking shot shell is.
Well, that's just it. Like trying to explain how a shotgun cartridge works to people in South Carolina is like
rural South Carolina, not the city. This isn't Charleston.
Yeah,
this is the ladybug motherfuckers over there in Columbia or wherever the fuck else. This is the country. This is Walterboro. So they definitely know this. There's no doubt about that. The jury knows more about guns than the witnesses. That's damn right.
Guaranteed. Yeah.
Damn right. Ryder says, what does your guy tell you? Does the prosecution have a bombshell that wraps everything up nicely? Or is it the money stuff? We don't know yet. We don't know yet. I don't think we have an in on it. I did send an invite out to James. I don't know if he's busy or not. I know he's always been in high demand, so we'll see if he's able to stop in and join. Who is this guy? This is the housekeeper's son. So I'm going to pull this up real quick. This was the housekeeper's son.
I think so. That I missed.
Oh yeah, son of the housekeeper, Tony Satterfield. So I guess she's the one that died, I believe. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, look, I think the financial crimes, like, there's elements of them that I want to hear about. Like, I want to hear how they're proving it and what evidence they're submitting. Mm-hmm. I don't need to hear all the testimony. Okay. I really do not need to hear all that testimony. Let's see what else we got here. Mike says, do you know how close they are to Clemson, or do you know what town they're in that I could look? I'm sure we can look. Oh God. What's the name of this property again? It's the Moselle, right? So the Moselle Farm in Carlton County, Walterboro. So let's look that up again. I've got the I've got that pulled up right here. I got the map pulled up right here. Here, we'll just zoom all the way out. Okay, so here it is. Here we're at. So you can see you got Savannah down here. Here's the state line, right? You got Augusta, Georgia, which is, by the way, right on the border. Mm-hmm. And you got Charleston here. Myrtle Beach over here. The upstate is this area. So it's a little bit further. So I know that Mike, you're in you asked about this, and you're in North Carolina. So this is closer to the Georgia side. So the Georgians might be a little bit more familiar with this area. Let me zoom in. I guess, let's see. I'm trying to think of where. So most people, probably the closest you've gotten to this is when you're driving on I-95. So for those that don't know, and I'll zoom all the way out here to the broader view. Obviously, I used to commute up from Miami to Western North Carolina out here by Asheville, and I would come up on 95 and then either cut through South Carolina that way, or go up and take I-40. But so this wouldn't be too far off, but you still see, like, even if you look at the development, you still see how undeveloped that swath of land is.
Wow.
And this is in a kind of sea of relatively developed property. This is undeveloped, mostly undeveloped. And it's kind of part of this small little belt of undeveloped land here. So let's see. Traffic to Clemson is atrocious. What is Clemson? It is Clemson. Let's see. What else we got here? You still live in Jacksonville, North Carolina, many, many moons ago. Jacksonville's kind of hood. Jacksonville is kind of hood, not gonna lie. Oh, by the way, guys, I just want to report this because I haven't had a chance to report this live, and it is very annoying. I did get a privacy claim. I talked this on Twitter and my locals, but I want to put this out here. I did get a privacy claim on my videos from Eliza Blue, and I wanted to talk about that for 2 seconds. It is very interesting that she has gone through and struck just not myself, but many other creators. And I can show you guys what I'm talking about. let me pull it up here for a second to show you guys exactly what it is. And the ridiculousness of it is that the clip in question is something that we didn't even show any information on Eliza Blue. All we did was show a thumbnail with a picture that she doesn't like.
I was going to say, like, I watched that clip, the one that you got hit on, and she's getting like she was already out of hand, but this is getting pathetic and ridiculous now.
Yeah, it is extraordinarily pathetic. I will show you guys this. So here it is. Here's the full email. YouTube privacy support here. There's a privacy complaint about your content. Oh yeah, look at the 17 hours ago, right? And this is in my time zone, guys. So mind you, this is my time zone. This is notify if you received a privacy complaint from an individual regarding your content. This is a link. This is it. The information reported as violating privacy is set at about 3:56. Please note that the violation may also occur in the title, description, channel image, or background. By the way, Kurt told me that he got hit by Eliza as well on one of his videos. So, you know, I think a lot of people are getting blued as part of this, which is super woke. So anyways, they're going to review it for potential violations. They're offering me to blur it, right? I can go ahead and blur it. They can blur these nuts because I did not show anything that was violative of privacy. So if you go to the video, which is this one over here, Eliza Blue versus the quartering venti, blah, 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 and then you go over to 3:56, you can see exactly what it is. So I'm going to play it at 3:52 and watch, because here we're talking about the tweets. We're literally just going through that Star Wars girl's tweets. And then when you actually open this up and you see it gets it up, this is where she flagged it, 3:56. So that's exactly the moment that it flips over here to Flash's tweet, and this is the one that Flash got banned for, I believe. I believe this is the one that got Flash in trouble. So it's I guess showing Flash's tweet, or maybe it's the image here, right?
And there's not a goddamn thing there that would relate to her privacy at all. And you know, given that we're showing this on stream now, there is one thing I'd like to say. Hey, Eliza, given you're probably going to review this for your own privacy strike, privacy claim, whatever.
Yeah.
Go blow me.
Yeah.
So that then I can say Eliza blew me, because this is bullshit.
Yeah, it's like, hey, Eliza, go fuck yourself. You know, just so you know. But yeah, everybody's getting hit. It's a long list now. A lot of my good friends got hit. Radix got hit. I know that Star Wars girl, quartering. A lot of people, even people that I don't talk to as often. I've seen.
I saw like 8 or 10 people yesterday that got hit by it, and it's
yeah, the list is like, the list is growing. And
like I said yesterday, I didn't really have too many people that I knew that had been struck, so I didn't have any skin in the fight. Now it's gotten a hell of a lot closer, and despite the fact that I've never covered anything about this bitch, it's like, well,
if you were to cover it, you would get struck.
I feel like I'd get struck. Yeah.
No, you would, because she struck even small creators. It's not just been creators that are having 100,000, 200,000 subs. This is creators that have less than 10. I mean,
actually, that's a good point. Mighty is another content creator that I do a lot of work with. He did a video on her, and apparently he hasn't. But to be fair, he misspelled her name. He actually spelled it BLUE in the title. So I'm thinking maybe they've just searched her name or whatever, and they're just going through and striking people as they go.
Got it. Let's see what we got here. She should get a real lawyer, not a simp. Actually, someone told me her lawyer might be a woman. They sent me the name of some woman who might be her lawyer. I have no fucking clue whether that lawyer is actually her is actually her lawyer or not. Let me see if I can find her real quick. And I know some other folks got banned. Shout out to my good boy, my boy Agrilith. I think he got banned on Twitter. And I know a lot of people have been banned on Twitter as well. The T-Man also, God, I forgot about the T-Man. The T-Man, Dragon's Treasure T, got banned over Eliza Blue. And I've been negligent not to mention him. He's been a good fan of the panel. By the way, people ask about the poll and where that's at. We're at 54% innocent, 56% guilty, and I should have not put it that way. So actually, let me reframe that poll.
Yeah, Flux, T-Man got hit. It's beyond a joke. Like, she was already, like I said, pathetic over this.
Yeah.
But now she's just going scorched earth on every single person that's mentioning her in any sort of negative light.
Yeah, which is so dumb because you're Streisand affecting this. This is going to not only put out the information you didn't want to be put out, but it's going to cause people to come at you harder.
What
Let me
worries
answer.
me is if she. Oh yeah, go for it.
Go. Say.
I was just going to say, what worries me is she expecting this to get into the mainstream media and then rely on the left media to cover her ass for it? Like,
Well,
is she waiting for?
But the left isn't covering for her because she went over to the right. So I think that she may be screwed. Let me
She's
see
out
if I
on
can
her ass.
pull
That
up-
could be interesting.
Yeah, see, like this is I mean, the leftist media, if you want to look at like leftist media, right? I mean, it doesn't get more leftist than Daily Beast, right? So when they're ripping her a new one because of her associations with Musk, it's all about getting to Musk. And by the way, if you watch that Hill clip, the clip from the Hill, which I may review and put that on my locals, even the Hill, which had the balls to actually cover it, they had one woman that was pretty much covering for her. And that may be to protect from allegations of, sexism and whatever, misogyny. But the funny thing is that the people that called her out originally, at least, were girls, were women. It was, Venti, Anna, and other folks like that. Let's see what we got here. Okay, from what I've seen on Racket Stream, prosecution seems to have a lot of pieces that are not putting the puzzle together. It's messy and scattered. Yeah, this is not how a prosecution should go. Not at all. Not even close.
It's like they didn't even sit down and write out a skeleton plan as to how they would present in what order and what evidence to provide to make sure that there was a coherent thought process for the jury to follow. It makes no sense.
Yeah. Let's see. So yeah, I completely agree. The prosecution has not convinced me beyond a reasonable doubt. I will do my shilling in a second, Ozzy. So Flux says Chinese spy balloon. Okay, you know what's funny? I saw videos of the Chinese spy balloon. And I don't know if you guys have seen that, but it was over Billings, Montana, and apparently they couldn't even shoot that motherfucker down. Here it is. Let me pull this thing out.
No, people are saying Biden wanted to, but then the military is saying, well, we don't know what's in it. And
right. There probably was nothing in it. They probably could have done it. Biden's a pussy. They should have fucking.
I'm not
blown this fucker from the sky.
I mean, I'm not 100% convinced that it necessarily is from China. I mean, I've seen the flight pattern and all that sort of thing, but you got to remember, people, back in 2019, I think there were like 25 of these things over 6 states in America, and they were US ones.
Well, I understand. I think China's claimed it on this one. I think China said it's a civilian balloon.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, I think it's that. Yeah, that's a sus thing. By the way, poor Uncivil. It says this trial sucks so far. I'm bored. My eyes are falling. Closed. Help. Hey, Kurt, you want to come on? I mean, if you're always welcome to come on, buddy. You want to dual stream? I'll send you an invite, Kurt. I'll send you an invite.
Misery loves company, Kurt.
You can dual stream. You can screen hack me. I'll permit it. I'll send it over to you, Kurt. You can complain. I'll give you permission to complain. You always have an open door here to complain about this trial. Send you the link. I love you, buddy. All right, next, Leslie Bird says Soju Part 2. I didn't see the PayPal, but whatever. I like drinking, so I'll do it for you. I got you. Cheers, guys.
I'm gonna move from the energy drinks to the coffee. So
yeah, I'm just waking up and I guess trying to be put to bed too. Cheers. Oof. All right. This one's actually smoother, but I'm on an empty stomach. I had some crackers and I think I ate them all. Piece of the puzzle together correctly. True. And they failed to do that, Wolfsbane. They just failed to do that. Although It was pretty cool when they showed the guns, though. Let me go back to that. They were just showing the clip from when they were showing the guns. Let me play that one. That was a cool part. All right. She should get, and I got that. She should get a real lawyer, not a simp. Yes. Got it. It doesn't look like a moon. It looks more like a mini Death Star. Well, people thought it was the moon. They're like, oh, it's the moon. It was a little bit, it did not look exactly like the moon.
No. When I first saw it, I was like, why would a weather balloon like that have solar panels attached to it? And then it's like, oh, it's a spy balloon. I'm like, okay, that'll do it.
Yep. Yeah, and I think the common thing, Mike said this on Locals, but saying, hey, it's LiDAR and it might be mapping our ICBM article. That's actually what I think most informed people have said so far, that based on where it's going over our missile installations. So pretty much it's just mapping the missile installations, the U.S. missile installations. It's kind of a flex too, because they knew that we're going to see it. Like, obviously you fucking see it.
Yeah.
Right? But it's like, yeah, we can do this. And here's the thing, guys, if you allow this to happen, it's going to be a regular thing. So, Montana, get ready. You're going to be seeing balloons fairly often.
The only reason I can think why any government or military would allow that to happen.
Hey, Kurt, how's it going, my friend?
Lord have mercy, man. This trial has been tedious and trying and so boring for the vast majority of it. The witness that's up on the stand now might have something helpful to say, but where I totally lost my shit, the straw that broke the camel's back was today with the fingerprint expert. We call him to testify to the fingerprints that don't exist, and I lost my shit.
I think
like, this is a novel concept. I'm a fingerprint examiner. I've been doing this for 20 years. Did you find any fingerprints? Nope. Great. Thanks so much for your insight. This is valuable information to my life.
My fuck it moment, Kurt, was when we were doing the financial testimony yesterday, and they didn't rule on it even at the end. There was no final.
No, they still haven't ruled on it. I think they're having more hearing on Monday.
Are you?
Because I think one of the guys couldn't come till Monday, so I think we're having yet more hearing on Monday. So I've enjoyed the intermission of the not trial with the financial stuff, and I'm still like, how does the financial stuff relate to the murder? That's what I don't understand. But if you're trying to convince me he did the frauds, you sold me. How does it relate to the murders? Not so much.
Well, but the judge has already said, Kurt, if I heard him correctly, he said, I don't even need to hear from other witnesses regarding the law firm related stuff. I'm going to let that in. So
I don't know. I don't know exactly what he said. At what point he said, I'm admitting it under Rule 403, and I'm like, that is not a thing. You can't do that. I'm not admitting under 404. I'm admitting under 403. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense.
I think he's letting it all in. That's my prediction, is he's going to let it all in. And he said, he made a comment earlier, which was more clear, that there were judges that don't sit through everything, and he's afraid of not sitting through everything, and he's got all the time in the world. He's going to die on that bench. So he's willing to be here for 6 weeks or whatever it takes to get the trial done.
Well, if the defendant is not convicted, then obviously the state can't appeal. And if he doesn't let in the evidence, if he just is like no, then either the state convicts, at which point they don't care, or the state or they acquit, in which case they can't appeal. It only matters if he lets it in.
Right.
So I guess he has to hear it all so he can let it in, so he won't be overruled.
Because that's his main concern. I think that's what he really cares about, is not being overruled. And look, a lot of judges don't want to be wrong, right? That's their whole thing, is they try to have their rulings, upheld. They try to not get appealed.
Well, this is a pretty big deal. We're letting in a lot of stuff that has a strong potential to be, if not irrelevant, confusing the issue. Because the issue isn't, is he a financial bastard? We don't want to convict him because he's a financial bastard. If you want to convict him because he's a financial bastard, please turn your attention to one of the other 16 pending indictments that are currently pending at this time. Do that. That'd be fine. We want to convict him because he's a murderer or not. So if you're letting in all this stuff and you can't tie it to the murders, your odds of overturning go up substantially, because harmless error analysis for this much stuff seems implausible. So, I mean, if he lets this in, And with the state's case as weak as it is, I mean, the odds of appeal are going up dramatically.
Yeah, no, it's definitely gonna be appealed at this point. I mean, even with what he's let in so far. I mean, I think some of those statements, allowing even the statements, and before because there was the statement that was made about the money before the ruling that the prosecutor backdoored in there. And by the way, we heard from James, who was there, saying that the jury really reacted to that. So there was a clear impact on.
There's a fairly substantial difference, just as a practical reality.
Yeah.
On I'm appealing the conviction because the judge made a mistake in letting in the answer to one question, or overruled or sustained when he should have overruled, or vice versa. You know, even if it's improper, like, you know, did the judge make a mistake? Probably. Is it something you can appeal on? Not a chance in this world. If you allow all this testimony of all this financial crimes, that's a lot more prejudice as a practical reality. It becomes implausible for the Court of Appeals to be like, well, you know, the judge made a mistake, harmless error, something, we don't care.
What's been the best evidence for you? Because you've been watching this trial throughout.
The best evidence so far, to my mind, was from Rogan, because Rogan is able to say, I identify his voice. I've got him on this video that's being made at the kennel at 8:40. As I understand Alec Murdaugh's story, he says he didn't go by the kennel at all that evening on the way out the door. His story is, I was napping and sleeping. I then went to visit my mom because my father was just admitted to the hospital that evening. My mom is dementia patient, so obviously, you know, her caregiver, her husband, is in the hospital and incidentally would die like 2 days later. So, you know, pretty serious. So he has every reason in the world to go down to visit his mom that evening. That makes total logical sense. But he's like, well, I was napping. I got up. I didn't go down to the kennels. I went to visit my mom, came back, discovered the body, is called 911. But now we have him on tape. It's like, you were at the kennels. Okay, so this is now a thing you have to explain. Can it be done? Can you explain it away? Yes, in principle, it can be explained. Obviously, we haven't gone that far, but it's a thing he has to explain. And, you know, there's only so many things you can explain before you're done. You know, I've heard attorneys say, you know, you can explain away one, maybe two things before you're done. And so, well, you know, he has one of those things that he has to explain.
Right. Not impossible, not an impossible burden, but
not
it
impossible.
definitely makes it more difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not impossible. You know, the easiest way to explain why he didn't remember is, well, first of all, when he came back, obviously he's engaged in this incredibly traumatic exercise of, you know, if you assume he's innocent, which we're supposed to, right. You know, if he finds the brain splattered remains of his loved ones, that might somewhat screw up your memory about what you did or did not do, and just like, you know, you're not completely cogent. So it's just, you know, something that he forgot. So it is explainable, but it's something that has to be explained. And there's only so many of those things you can do. That's the best evidence so far. This forensic examination, I'm not really sure how valuable that's going to be. First of all, I think you can attack it on its technical merits. I'm not really sure the degree to which you can match tool markings on brass casing to the point you can get to the individual firearm. If you said consistent versus inconsistent, I'd believe you. If you're telling me you can get down to the firearm, I'm a lot more dubious.
You can't. I don't think you can. I was talking with Gotham about this, and that seems like that's pretty much junk science, and I think Bronca as well. That seems like junk science, saying the individual firearm. Now, can you say it's this you know, type of weapon? Sure, right? This chamber, this caliber, right, of rifle? Sure. Yeah. Right. Can you say it was a shotgun shell? Of course, right? A 12-gauge shotgun shell.
And I would buy that there's enough markings to say they're consistent or inconsistent. I can sort of buy that, but down to the unique individual one, like, because in the preliminaries, he's like, yes, I can tell one firearm from another, mass manufactured, same lot, same factory, bullshit. And I can tell one firearm from another. I'm like, bullshit. You can?
I'm calling bullshit.
I'm calling bullshit too.
Yeah, unless there's some sort of defect or something that where the individual firearm leaves a specific defective mark, which is non-standard. Unless there's something like that, how the fuck are you going to do that? That's a pseudoscience. That's a junk science. I'm not buying that shit. And even assuming
that you can do that, we've already had testimony that the weapon that this blackout was used extensively on the property. So unless you can somehow date the shell casings, then they could be shell casings from any time that firearm would have been used.
Well,
so it's like we found shell casings that are from the same firearm that was used at the Murdaugh shooting range. This is therefore the firearm they owned. Okay. But when were those shell casings ejected? And unless you can somehow date them, it's like, well, there's reason for the shell casings to be there. So I'm having problems.
Yeah, no, I definitely have issues with the way they presented it. And one of the biggest things to me is like constructing the motive. I really think, and people have been mentioning this.
The motive kind of sucks.
Well, the motive is getting worse because now all these financial crimes have shown me is that he owed a bunch of people money and he fucked a bunch of people over with money. And that's the reason why people kill. And that's the reason why people might kill your family. So now you've introduced a bunch of people that could very reasonably shoot your family over 100 grand, 200 grand, $500,000, $1 million, whatever. That's more than enough. People have been shot for less than that.
No doubt. Like if you're looking for speculative alternative suspects, you know, the relation to the son's killing of that girl could be a vengeance thing, potentially even from someone unrelated to the girl, just because they were so outraged by it. So there's a possible motivation. It could be any one of the people he screwed over with the $10 million. That's a lot of motive from a lot of people. And the question, where did the money go, is still an open question. So it would be logical to conclude that Murdaugh was in some business with some shady people.
Well, if he's
be motivated to murder.
Last time I checked, drugs are, and the type of drugs he was into were not the legal drugs. This is not like getting a recreational joint. You know, he was into some hardcore shit, which he's going to have to buy from somebody. And if he used, stolen money, his habit was bad. He's already involved with shady people. Maybe they advanced him some stuff, advanced him some product that he didn't pay him for.
He owed the bank some money. I wonder if he owed some shady people some money. Some shady people who might not be as kind in collections as the bank.
Yeah, that is 100% what I think it is. Right? The bank doesn't come and fucking murk your.
No, the bank will not come kill you. They will sue you. The mafiosos tend not to go with the lawsuits. They tend to have other remedies.
Yeah. But yeah, no.
The timeline is also really, really tight. Sled was there the next day, searching the house with his consent. No sign of bloody clothes. No sign of blood in the shower. No obvious evidence. So he would have had to. He's got a 17-minute time frame.
Hold on. How about the orientation change? Because the orientation change.
I don't fucking care.
That proves that he was a murderer.
Did I really need to go through the spreadsheet? Did I really need walking Excel sheet to tell me every time the orientation changed and every time the phone turned on and turned off and there was a message received and stuff? I don't know what I don't know what I was supposed to learn from that. I don't know what any of that means. I turned out long ago. I'm sure the jury did too.
They didn't even put together a demonstrable with that. Like, just put together a literal timeline demonstrable and walk us through that and those points. They did none of that, which shows you that perhaps if they made that demonstrable, it wouldn't have made any sense. So they were just trying to present it in a gobbledygook manner and say, oh, yeah, all of this means he was definitely there. And they focused at one point on 2 minutes and 7 seconds or something like that between the messages.
Oh, what was that? That was I know that one.
I mean, he has 17 minutes max to commit the murders before he leaves. He has to commit these murders, somehow clean up,
change his clothes,
go to there, come back, find it. And it's like, yeah. And then he's like, and then he's fully cooperating with the police. Yeah. Search my phone, search my house, please search my car. You want the pins? Here's the pin. Find my iPhone. No problem. I'm happy to talk to you. I'm happy to show you the things. Please search all the things. What can I do for you? And I love that yesterday because at one point the prosecution used the words consciousness of guilt, and I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about? What consciousness of guilt are you relating to? What do you mean? This is the worst consciousness of guilt I've ever seen, ever."
It's absolutely it's absolutely there's no. To me, there's nothing about that any of that evidence, especially the steps, which are not related to an actual step. I mean, shit, I have a pedometer. In fact, I even have the tracking ring now that I track my sleep, but it also tracks my steps. It's inaccurate. It's often wildly inaccurate. There'll be days when I know I walked, twice as much, but because maybe I was moving or maybe I was going upstairs or something else like that, it thinks that on days when I really was sitting on my ass at home or streaming all day, where I was moving more than I was. Maybe it's just me gesturing, like, hey, I'm AOC at the Capitol, talking about Jewish space lasers. Maybe I'm just doing that and it thinks I'm moving, right? These things are wildly, wildly, wildly inaccurate. And to try to put that into guilt for a murder is insane, even as circumstantial evidence. It really is irrelevant. And honestly, Kurt, I think it may be because the judge is, and most of the lawyers, by the way, are boomers and they don't get this stuff. But anybody who even remotely understood this would laugh this out of court. And I'm sure, by the way, some of the jurors are young. They will understand this and they will know, oh yeah, that's a joke, right?
It's so thin. It's so thin right now. And they with the searching the house and how we disposed of everything with the time frames, it would have had to be incredibly well planned out and everything. And even planned out, people tend not to do it this well. Like in order to dispose
even when you've got all the steps
weapon,
in
dispose
place,
of the evidence,
something goes off the rails. So
they would have slipped up. He's not. I mean, look at Brian Koberger, right, in the Idaho 4 case, right?
Yeah.
Allegedly, and he is innocent until proven guilty. But it seems like even if he is the suspect, right? Even if you presume him to be guilty, right? Which once again we're not supposed to do. But even if you did that, he fucked up as a criminology grad student who studied crime and studied, crime
and we don't know what the evidentiary picture looks like from the state. We don't know, for example, if blood from the victims was found at his house, in his car, bloody clothes, or things like that. We don't know that yet because there's no reason to mention it yet in a probable cause statement. But I'd be amazed if there's not blood from the victims, for example, in his car. And if there's blood from the victims in his car, he has a real problem.
Yeah, which could very well, we don't know that evidentiary picture. We're looking at this one now, and I was coming in here thinking, because they were talking about, I think, a Snapchat in the opening. I was coming here thinking they got a smoking gun. They got him here in the dog video. It's damning. It's not a smoking gun. I mean, all it knows is he's calling.
It's an
Bubba.
Inconsistency with his story.
Yeah,
it doesn't establish his guilt. It establishes an inconsistency with his story, which is something that can be explained. That's the best we have now.
I personally don't even think that it necessarily does that, because all we've got is two individuals that were friends with Paul's identifying him on that video. As far as I'm concerned, they get two other people that have known him a long time getting up there saying, "Oh, as far as I'm concerned, that's not his voice." I've got just as much credibility there as we do with two kids. So,
yeah. By the way,
I'm not taking the idea. I think it's going to be a real challenge.
Oh yeah.
Look, it may well be, but it still creates reasonable doubt in my mind.
Yeah, I want to point out. Someone said EDB was appalled that they named their trucks, and one is called White Boy. I'll just point out they didn't say the name of the black.
They didn't name the black truck.
I'm just throwing that out there. But
or maybe they did, but not anyone they told.
That's what I'm thinking, Kurt. That's what I'm thinking. It's not coming out. So Kurt, what's your plan if this becomes a financial crimes trial? If they allow this in, what are you doing? What are you doing for this trial?
Well, I mean, I'll continue to cover it, and I would imagine that if they let things in, the jury's going to convict for, the wrong reasons, and then we're off to appeal. And I would feel better about this appeal than most appeals, because that's a lot of problem.
You think that the financial crimes is going to actually more often lead to a conviction?
Oh, sure. I mean, they're going to hate the guy. I mean, the guy stole from the widows and orphans and the destitute. I mean, yeah. Right. The jury's going to be outraged.
That's true. That's true. Especially when they see some of the people getting up there, crying and up there, talking about how betrayed friendship and everything else. Yeah, that is. Yeah,
I felt really bad from his friend, and for 20 years and feeling betrayed. And it's like I could totally see myself doing it. I do it for less. Like, I don't know what scenario this is where like you and I are in business together in this scenario, but like, I mean, I don't know you that well, and I do it for you because I trust you, right?
That's
you told me like write out to me instead of I'll be like, okay, I'm not sure what it says about me being a sucker or whatever, but
Well, no, I think that you like to help your friends, and you've been very consistent with helping your friends out and speaking up and sticking up for your friends. I mean, you've been very consistent about that. So,
Mm.
I think
felt
that
really, really bad for him. I felt that betrayal on a very personal level. And where he said, like, and when the prosecutor asked him, "How do you feel?" He's like, "I don't know how I feel." I'm like, "I feel that. I feel that." That's very
fact that
raw.
the fact that he said at the end, he's like, I
You
loved
couldn't even
him.
look at
I
him.
maybe even still love him a little bit. And he's up there on the stand crying like that. That hurt. Like that's a,
Yeah.
that's a real betrayal right there.
and to me, like I think it's fucked up. The prosecution wants to put this guy in the stand 3 times, right? So he's got to come up he came up for the motion hearing. He's going to come up again for the actual trial, and he's going to come up again for the financial crimes trial. It's just digging it in each.
You say
time.
the financial crimes trial, but just friendly reminder at the moment, there's not
Right.
one.
I understand
So
that.
who knows
understand
how
that.
many trials we're into?
That is presumptively if they're all lumped together. But yeah, you're right. It could be a dozen. Who knows? Hopefully there would be a fed, because I think some of the charges are federal, right? So
I don't know if they're federal charges pending, but it wouldn't surprise me.
yeah, I mean, let's say there's a state trial and a federal trial, right? That'd be 4 times he testified.
It's rough.
Yeah, it is rough. Are there any other moments that kind of stood out for you so far in the trial? I mean, to me, the best was Rogan, and then McLovin is what I call him, that other guy, who was the couch crasher who was met Paul on the beach and came in and testified. And obviously, personal friends are going to be better because they can tell personal anecdotes, right? The fact that he was called Rooster and he called Paul Bus, and there's Big Red. I mean, those sort of Southernisms. I'm like, all right, you're giving this character. And by the way, Kurt, I thought that was going to be the trial. And that would have been a fantastic trial. If every witness was more like a Rogan, that's a very interesting trial. Officer McFedcuck, of the ATF, and all these this parade of law enforcement agents is the most boring trial, makes it the most boring trial ever.
Yeah, I feel that. I don't know where all these slut agents are coming from. I did enjoy the female agent who was present with the collection of the DNA. What was her name again?
Agent, do you remember?
Oh, I forgot actually.
Agent Horny.
Yeah, Agent Horny. Who's present with she's present with the collection of the DNA. That was good.
Oh God, I want to pull this. I want to pull her up.
I told a joke that got me in trouble in my chat again.
Oh, it's okay. I don't give a shit. It does not matter. It does not matter. I'm already looking up Ancient Chandler Horny, right?
Yeah.
I think I found
That's
her.
the one.
Found her already. Okay. I'm glad Miss Horny isn't a school teacher. Yeah, let's see.
Attention every single day.
Yeah, every single time. I am looking forward to when it gets to the defense, like Buster testifying. I think that could be good.
Right now, I'm struggling trying to figure out how to share you as an audio source at the same time I'm talking to you inside of my Streamlabs. I'm struggling.
Oh, that's fine. I know you've got to go soon, and you've been a fucking champ covering this. And by the way, I just want to say this for the record,
if you want, what you can do, Kurt, is take the StreamYard link here, put it in as a source browser, and just have that, and then stay in StreamYard here. I do that all the time. That's how I have people on my streams.
It's just that it won't look quite right, because if I share the entire StreamYard window, it won't look quite right.
No. What you do is so in StreamYard you maximize. So at the bottom of the StreamYard, like the block where the 3 of us are, there's a thing to maximize that, and then you do that inside StreamYard, so that it just puts it full screen, and you're not sharing everything else.
Hold on, if I can make that work, I'll do that, because I'd rather join you. I'm not. Yeah,
you're welcome, man. And I know that a lot of folks have been streaming this, and that's awesome. We're all friends, so it's been cool to see my friends streaming again. I just wish this was a sexier trial. This is not what we were promised. I was promised like some Southern Game of Thrones intrigue level shit. This is.
I can share the entire window, I suppose. If I maximize it as a window, I can do that.
Well, there's that, or you can just include it as a browser source itself, so that you're not having to use a external browser. It makes the streaming a little bit smoother. But it's up to you, however you want to do it.
I'll do it the hard way. That's fine.
Kurt likes it the hard way.
Hmm.
So yeah, I guess Miss Horny had some bad conclusions. That's unfortunate.
It left a lot to be desired. That's for sure.
Yeah. Let me pull this up. Oh, by the way, are you okay? Can we talk about what we talked about privately with the blue stuff? Or you don't
Sure,
wanna
that's
talk about it?
fine.
Yeah. Did she strike you too?
I received the same privacy complaint you did. I actually
Fucking bitch.
did it. I did
sorry.
a commentary
Fuck
over the entire video, and I went a little bit out of my way to make sure that I was providing lots of commentary about the video itself, for all those fair use purposes. So I criticized the beat, the cinematography, the lighting, the choice of various things like Caterpillar is that a sexy brand and all the rest of it. So I went out of my way to make sure that I was commentating and critiquing the entire video. But yeah, I received a privacy complaint. It's like, well, you don't have to take the whole thing down to avoid this if you don't want to, but we're going to review it. And I chickened out. I removed the whole video just because, look, I'm depending on this for my
I understand.
livelihood at this point. And so I made a decision on I'd like to continue trying to grow the channel versus the principal. So I apologize. I have let you down.
No, it's okay. What's important is that she's done this to everybody. I mean, and I can say that with like confidence that she's done it to everybody. She's done it to my friends. She's done it to, people that have just covered this, like you said, in a very fair use fashion. It's something that, and like you said, there's a lot of creators that are in your position that's their livelihood, right? So you're playing it safe. You're keeping it, you're keeping it 100%. You're keeping it clean, and you try to do that in general.
Yeah. And so I'm really disappointed in Elon and how he's handling the whole thing, to be quite honest. And I don't know what she's got on him. I don't particularly like the way she looks. I think she looks like a degenerate US soccer star, and it's not really doing much for me.
It's like she's like, what is it? Oversized Megan Rapinoe.
Yep.
Like on Too Many Donuts.
Yep.
And I've seen a lot of stuff. There's stuff that that has come out there of some of her people who know her are now putting out information. I mean, I'm just gonna put this up real quick.
There's no audio.
For people's edification. Just saying. Not sure who that is over there, but
I am failing unfortunately horribly, and I have no audio on my stream, so I'm gonna have to bail. I'm really sorry. I wish I could stay.
I appreciate you. I
tried.
you trying. Yeah.
All right. Love you guys. I'll talk to you later.
Take care.
Take it.
Peace.
All right. Thank you. All right. Let's see. How do I do?
Kick Kurt. Kick Kurt. Start a beef. No, guys, this is the thing. Like, I think a lot of people try to start beefs and try to be like, oh, streaming against each other. And we can be friendly, competitive, but everybody here, I don't view them as competition. I view it as the whole marketplace, and it's good to have people and options to watch. So I don't really have any problem with everybody else streaming and streaming together. And I appreciate Kurt coming over and hanging out with us for a bit there. And yeah, I know, by the way, I know that LDB, who's been on my channel, Alana, I always mispronounce her name, but Alana, I know Alana's on with Nick, and I'm glad that she got that opportunity. And I told her to go. I said, hey, go over there, talk with Nick, go on that channel. It's a huge amount of exposure for the podcast. So that's good for her. She's a really cool girl. Mm-hmm. And I wish success for everybody that I work with. I don't think, oh, you're my guest, right? You're just my guest. But anyways, cheers to getting back into this. I know you got coffee, so yeah.
Trust me, I don't have enough coffee.
Yeah.
3 a.m. Here I am Uber Eating energy drinks.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna be. I have my energy drink cracked here, so as soon as I finish the soju bottle, I'm actually doing some pretty good damage on it. This one's actually smooth compared. I can actually drink it straight.
Okay,
but I've got the mango monster after I finish that.
All right.
Because I'm the only alcohol I have left that I will drink is the whiskey after I finish that. Let's see what else here. Oh, I forgot to do some shilling. Sorry, guys. I've been very negligent. So I have two things to shill today, and I've been kind of slacking on my shilling. So first of all, I finally got in my products here. They're sitting in the background, but finally they got to South Korea, Field of Greens, right? So guys, if you haven't had a chance to check it out, check out in the description, Field of Greens, 15% off from Field of Greens. This is an amazing product. I've used it for a long time. When I was a fat fuck out of law school, I was drinking too much. I was eating too much pizza. Just the debaucherous law school days. That is when I use this product along with just everything else I was trying to do. Supplements, protein, working out, and it helped. And not everybody can get 5 servings of vegetables, but let's say you get 1 or 2 servings of vegetables, you supplement with this product. It's great. It balances you out, gives you everything you need. It's 100% real USDA fruits and vegetables. It's not like essence of fruit and vegetable. It's actual product. It's good stuff. And I plan on using it now that I've got the products in. I just got them in yesterday. I plan on using it again today. They have different flavors. So you can go.
I was going to say, is there a specific flavor that you prefer over them,
Yeah.
or?
Well, the green and the red are typically the best two, right? So this one right here, this is kind of like the OG one, and this is the one I've always taken. I'm actually excited to try. I'm not even sure about the red one, the wild berry one. Right. I am going to be trying that one, but this OG one is the one I've always used. So this is my my favorite one. So I'm going to be I'll try the other ones and I'll give you a review on like the other flavors. And if they're bad, I'll be like, hey, I prefer this one over this one. So guys, check that out. Promo code mindset link is in the description.
They have a bundle, and that is what I'm going to be purchasing in about 10 minutes. So go for it, guys.
Yeah, code mindset. Let them know that you support me, because listen, guys, there's not many people that come out there and support base content. There's people out there that just say, you know what, we're not going to support you. They wrote me a handwritten letter, the CEOs of the company, which is something you don't normally get. And I appreciate working with people that are willing to cover us and to sponsor us and to help us out, because especially now, when things are tough and a lot of people are pulling back, to go and say, hey, we're going to take a chance, we're going to sponsor your channel, it really helps out a lot. And my second grift, which I've been a little negligent on because I'm going to make an independent video, is if you guys haven't had a chance to check out the manga project of Adjudicator's Academy, please make sure to check that out. Get yourself some waifus over here. I'll put this in the chat, but this is a great project. Think of if you took the law and perhaps a shade of what goes on a place called YouTube. You take that, you combine it with Harry Potter, you combine it with anime, you combine it with the waifus, you put it all together, you have Adjudicator's Academy. I am not the artist. I can barely draw a stick figure, but I am leading the promotion of this. I really do hope that we can get enough funding for the first round here. We're actually 23% of the way there, which is freaking awesome. But it's a great project. Check it out. I've actually just got the first chapter done, and the second chapter is coming in very soon. I'll be doing a first chapter preview very, very, very shortly. And you can even see from the first chapter, this is the quality of the art. It's fully drawn. It's supposed to be in shonen style. I'm not, for me, it's hard to tell the difference between anime styles, but it's just shonen style. And it will be anticipated to be at least 6 chapters. You will see characters that may have reflections of people on YouTube. I'm just saying there's certain reflections and shades of people. That's all I'm saying. There's a lot of different folks that are going to show up as part of this manga. I have no idea who has a flag in the background and wears a hat and eats bagels and maybe studying something that looks like a Torah. I have no idea. People have also asked about the boobs. What's going to be the boobs level? Well, if we get to a certain amount of support here, there will definitely be a swimsuit episode. There will definitely be a beach episode. There's going to be some fan service. That's all I'm going to say. So make sure you guys go check that out. It's $15. It's digital delivery, and it's going to be done. Right. So it's not going to be something that you're going to wait for. It's going to be done. And actually, we may be able to deliver before. I've been talking to the people that are developing it. and we may actually be able to deliver early. So I know that on that it says May is the delivery date, but actually delivery date may be earlier because we've actually been just like cranking through it. So if we can get it earlier, that's fine, but I promised by the end of May. This is not something we're going to be sitting on for a long time.
Guys, as a headmaster level supporter, I can honestly say I'm extraordinarily excited for this. Go and get at it, guys. Seriously,
it's gonna be good. And I'm gonna go through the different levels of tiers of support on my Illegal Mindset channel. I'm gonna post a video kind of going through all of those. But check that out over here on Indiegogo. So yeah, those are my grifts, guys. All right, let's get back to this. The court is now in session.
Sir, I did.
We'll get back to inspecting.
States Exhibit 112 is sled item 66, and that was determined to be 3 fired bullet jacket fragments and 7 pieces of lead, listed as from Margaret Murdaugh at autopsy. States Exhibit 11.
Brandon, I enjoy drinking soju, so
Yes, sir. Excuse me. I apologize. 111
I'm
is sled
happy
item
I'm
69.
happy to do a shot for that. This is actually a really good soju, Brandon. So,
And that is one combination wad listed as from left axilla of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy. In States Exhibit 113 is sled item 104, and that was 1 birdshot pellet listed as found with Paul Murdaugh's clothing.
Yeah. By the way, birdshot is not going to kill anybody, and like
no, it's going to hurt like fuck. It's not going to kill you.
They had a dove field. I've been hit with birdshot. I mean, seriously, I used to hunt dove and quail and not quail, dove, duck.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to direct your attention to
I've been hit with dove shot.
States Exhibit 90.
It's not going to kill you. It could fuck you up.
Sled item 31.
I mean, very
I'm
close.
assuming you still take an eye out.
I think that Paul was killed with steel
Do you have an
shot.
opportunity to inspect this item?
I did inspect a sled item 31.
Is this the item you inspected?
He's handling the
This
tool.
firearm is unloaded, safe to handle. Yes, sir. I see my identifying marks as sled item 31 on this firearm.
Tell us what this is.
And that was determined to be 1 Browning Model Auto 5 Light 12 semi-automatic shotgun, 12 gauge with serial number 03867NB211.
It's such a big tool. I just love stroking that barrel.
Examinations on that firearm that we'll discuss in a little bit.
Yes, sir, I did.
But if a BB hits your head, it will explode. Yes. What video games have you been playing, Flux?
I'm going to show you what marked as States Exhibit and enter into evidence. States Exhibit 89, item 30 on your report. Did you have an opportunity to inspect that firearm?
This firearm is also unloaded. Yes, sir, I did.
And how do you know that?
When I'm looking at these firearms, we scribe our evidence, if possible, in multiple locations. So I'm looking for those identifying features of that sled lab number and that item number, as well as my initials on some of these items that I was able to mark that. So I see that on this firearm.
Thank you. And for purposes of our results that we'll discuss shortly, did you conduct additional testing on that firearm?
Yes, sir.
Handing you what's been marked as and entered into evidence as States Exhibit 91. That'd be your sled item number 32. Tell me if you recognize that firearm, if you, in fact, were the one that received it and conducted examinations on it.
This firearm's also unloaded. I'm going to look again for those identifying marks. Yes, sir. I identify this as my sled item 32.
Lastly, I'll direct your attention to what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 91. I'm sorry, State's Exhibit 88 and sled item 33. Are you familiar with that item?
This firearm is also unloaded. Yes, sir. I'm familiar with this item.
Is that the item that you conducted tests on?
Yes, sir. This is the sled item 33.
Gonna have a parade of irrelevant guns again.
Direct your attention then to State's Exhibit 210, which would be sled item 34. It's been entered into evidence collectively as State's item 210. Are you familiar with the contents of that evidence package?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what are they?
Sled item 34, State's Exhibit 210, was determined to be 1 magazine and 26 unfired Cellular and Bellow 300 blackout caliber cartridges.
It was sled item 34, but this State's Exhibit 210 included with the rifle we just took a look at?
Yes, sir. It was submitted in the same package as the rifle.
All right, moving on to State's Exhibit 143 State's Exhibit 143, 144, 150, and 148. Entered into evidence already. That would be sled items 166, 167, 168, and 169.
Yes, sir.
Anything was been marked as those
You know-
exhibits. Would you
you know
please take
he's
a
69.
chance to review those? Let me know if you're familiar with
Murphy,
them
of course.
and if you had an opportunity to analyze them.
Yeah. It's a shell. Like, thank you, fucking professor. Like, just show anybody on the jury they can tell you what this is.
Have one of the jury members up in the witness box and say, "Do you recognize this?" Yes, it's a shotgun shell. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
We can move on.
Yeah, we're good. Does it have his fingerprints on it? Nope.
Would we be able to pull the
Yes, sir. I believe I have
fingerprints off
seen
of it?
these items.
Nope.
Okay. Tell us what they are if you would.
Each of these 4 items are 12 gauge federal shot shells, and they each all have the markings that are consistent with each other: a federal premium double aught buck 3-inch magnum.
Do your notes indicate where they were located?
I have an indication based on the packaging.
Okay, what does the packaging indicate?
The packaging for State's Exhibit 150 from what I can tell, it says from
Don, I don't know that it
Red Ben on
raises to the
workshop
level of
bench.
attempted murder by the prosecution yet, but it's getting
Or
close.
State's Exhibit 144 says from Red Ben on workshop bench. State's Exhibit 143 says from Red Ben on workshop bench. And State's Exhibit 148 also says from Red Ben on workshop bench.
Okay, it's on the bench. What does this prove? None of this proves anything. This doesn't even have the same type of shot that killed Paul.
I was going to say none of the. I mean, have they even specified? Because he
Now
he
I'm
was
going to
shot with
hand you
steel,
what's been
steel bearings.
previously entered into
Yeah, the shotgun
evidence
shells
as
that they're
State's
showing.
Exhibits 145,
Presumably they're
146,
lead.
147, and 149. That would be sleds number 162, 163, 164, and 165. Same as before. If you wouldn't mind, please take a look at those and let me know if you are familiar with their contents.
Yes, sir.
Tell us what they are.
All four of these items are Winchester 12-gauge shot shells, and they all appear to have the same information on the shot shell of dry lock 3-inch with the number 2.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 213, slide item 45. Please take a look at the, that piece of evidence and let me know if you are aware of what it is.
Yes, sir. This appears to be a box for ammunition in the 300 blackout caliber.
And does that box indicate the maker of that 300 blackout ammunition?
It does.
Who's the manufacturer?
Cellular and Billow.
S&B?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is State's Exhibit 260, which was previously marked for identification purposes only. State's Exhibit 260 contains sled items 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39. Spear, I'm handing you what's been now admitted into evidence of State's Exhibit 260. Please take if you would, please take a moment to review those items and let me know if you're familiar with them.
This is so ridiculous. It's like,
Yes, sir. I am familiar with this evidence.
And what are they?
These are sled items 35 through 39. These were each fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases with the head stamp of Cellular and Bellow.
Thank you.
See, John, no, this isn't because we're worried about
And
chain of
once
custody.
again-
This is
most of these were collected from the trash can. They're collected from the firing range, right? These weren't
Item numbers
things that were
108 to
at the murder
135.
scene. This is on a hunting lodge.
Collectively.
IDBC, apparently saltwater crocodiles have returned to Mast and Hammock, which I didn't know they were gone in the first place. Anyways, there's a pro DeSantis because Cali transplant got eaten. Based. Nice. Usually the saltwater crocodiles in South Florida are by Turkey Point, which is the nuclear reactor. So they hang out there because they like really warm water.
Now admitted under
as
States Exhibit 261.
South Florida, only place where you have alligators and
Please take a
crocodiles.
moment to review those items.
Same habitat
any
in the United
notes
States.
or, information you might have on them, and let me know if you're aware of what they are.
Yes, container AD was submitted to the laboratory, and it is to contain sled items 108 through 135. I am familiar with these items, and this package appears to not have been tampered with since I sealed it last, as I see my initials and seal date there at the bottom.
And what's inside that package?
Inside this package, there are 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases, as well as 12 gauge shot shells.
And did you have an opportunity to perform an analysis on these items?
Yes, sir, I did.
Mr. Greer, I'm offering you what's been marked as States Exhibit
This guy is not a
398
hunter.
that would reference slide item
It's
22.4.
like, I don't know why
And I
anyone would
believe
have
without
a bullet
objection, we'll offer
like
it as evidence.
around, just lying around. I have no idea why they would put this
You would
dangerous
please take a look at that
tool
item
somewhere
and
where it could,
cross-reference with your
it
report
could
and let me know if you're familiar
penetrate
with what it
somebody.
is.
Oh God.
Yes, sir. This container contains two sled items. That's sled item 22.4, which is a swab of debris that I took, a reddish brown debris swab from the right side of the item 22 receiver.
Which item is 22?
Item 22 was the camouflage Benelli model Super Black Eagle 3 semi-automatic shotgun. And it also contains sled item 22.5, which was another swab from that same shotgun, and that was reddish brown debris swab from the left side of the item 22 receiver above manufacturer information.
And tell us a little bit about the swabs and what you're looking for with that.
Yes, sir. When I receive items of evidence, a part of my process in documenting the evidence and opening the evidence is to look to see if there's any foreign or trace material on that item. When I was examining this firearm and opening it for the first time, I took note of that. And when I did that, I noticed those two areas that I saw reddish brown debris. In order to preserve that prior to my examination, I swabbed those items so that way they could be collected and maintained.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 399, which references sled item 22.7. State would offer that into evidence after you identify it, and I believe without objection.
Yes, sir. I do recognize this, and this package is still sealed with my initials and seal date. Item 22.7 was the unfired 12-gauge shot shell that was submitted with the item 22.
Yeah,
camouflage
Shanley always has the
Benelli,
bold color.
Super Black Eagle
She's
3
rocking, I think it's an
shotgun.
orange here.
During my testing, I used that submitted ammunition that came with the firearm
James
to
does
test
not
She's
have
fire
got to look good on camera.
with, and that is represented
James
here
does not
as
have the premium
sled
seat
item
next to her
22.7, States Exhibit 399.
Submitted.
Maybe the kennel master got James because of his theory.
All right, Mr. Greer.
I don't know. I still like my theory about the kennel master and the mother
Please.
breaking up with him, and that Paul was there for
Tell me a little bit
military
about
support
the
or whatever you want to call it, armed
firearms
support.
identification process and the number of ways that you use to identify whether a firearm shot a particular projectile.
Sure. As we were discussing earlier, when I receive evidence into the laboratory and I begin my examination, there's a lot of documentation that has to happen. First, as we're opening the evidence, we're going to, one, make sure to preserve any of that trace or foreign material. We use photography to document the evidence as we're opening it and to photograph the actual item itself and that trace material or foreign material. We also use a lot of departmental worksheets where I take notes on the firearm, the magazine, the fired components such as the cartridge case or the bullet, and also any other thing that we need to document throughout the process, or unfired cartridges. We take note of all of that, writing down all of these characteristics that we're seeing on the evidence. In order to do our examination, though, we have to look at these fired ammunition components, these cartridge cases and these fired bullets, and look at their class characteristics. So we're going to count on a bullet. We're going to look at its rifling, trying to determine its caliber through weight and measuring it, and counting those number of lands and grooves that comprise that rifling, like we spoke earlier. That's what gives that bullet that twist. We document that. We may also look at those cartridge case and look at those things that have the same class characteristics. That could be the caliber of that cartridge case, the shape of that firing pin, and any overall features. Items that share the same class characteristics will compare together. And it's kind of like climbing a ladder at this point. Those items that share the same class characteristics, we climb to the next step on that ladder, and we compare those items. We're going to look at those fired bullets with each other, those fired cartridge cases with each other, and we're going to look at all of that under high magnification. We use a comparison microscope in our laboratory to look at these items. And basically, if you think back to a biology lab that you may have had in school or some kind of science lab, when you look through a microscope, that's what we're doing. But we're using this comparison microscope to look at two things at one time. And we
This
use
is not high school.
We use as an ocular bridge, so we can look through like a set of binoculars to look at these things. We can change the angles that we're looking at.
I'd be sitting here cracking wise at this guy, but I don't feel like I'm allowed
on
to.
the evidence that you can't really see with the
I do it
anyways.
I do it anyways. I don't care.
And compare all of that to each other to help us reach our final goal, which is a conclusion. If we have firearms that are submitted, we'll also have that documented. Those firearms that have the same class characteristics, for instance, if we have a gun that's the same caliber as our fired bullet and it shares the same rifling specifications.
And the chat's going to do it anyways.
Then that means we can compare
it's true.
that bullet with test fire.
By the way,
from the
RIP
firearm.
your Twitter account.
So I'll make sure the firearm is safe to fire, and we'll shoot that firearm within our laboratory.
Oh, crap, I didn't even think about that.
Do that with a water recovery tank and a tunnel that we're able to shoot and recover those test specimens that I physically shot from the firearm. I'll compare those test specimens with each other to look at how those marks that I was looking for under the microscope that we were talking about, to see how they're reproducing on those test fires in, whether that be a bullet or cartridge
okay, that
case.
tweet's coming down.
Compare that under the microscope and then compare that where necessary to the submitted evidence. After looking at all that, I was
floating in his loafers
about whether this was fired by this item or not.
Hey, I'll drink to that,
or whatever that conclusion may be. I arrive at that and I write that conclusion down. At that point in time, another qualified examiner within our firearms department will review the evidence themselves. They'll look at all the submitted evidence and compare that with each other and with those test specimens that I fired and arrive at their own conclusion. If they're in agreement, then they'll sign off on my conclusions and a report can be drafted. And that's how we get the information out to our customers through our report. At SLED, we have the 100% micro verification.
Definitely didn't leave any footprints.
Where everything that we're issuing a conclusion on is reviewed by another examiner. So that case file, all that documentation that I generate goes to that examiner or reviewer. It undergoes a technical review and administrative review before a report can be released. And in a nutshell, that's how we work each case. There are different parts. There's different items of evidence that we get in each case. But that's a quick overview of how each case has worked. And those.
He's an expert, okay? So here's what I would be doing if I was Dick Pern. I would stand up and ask one very simple question.
That goes on in the lab.
In your opinion, is there anything that has just come out of your mouth that proves that Alec fired the weapon?
Anything.
Okay. Could you explain? So
he says that, sits down.
The viewer doesn't know what you decided in your first.
The cross should be very short.
Right. I'll look at the evidence myself, arrive at a conclusion, and the second examiner will look at it.
This is such a waste of time. They're literally dragging this out for
once they have arrived at their own conclusion, looking at the evidence with their own eyes on the microscope, they'll read my results to see if they're in agreement with what I have determined or not.
And that, I think you just testified, but was that done in this case?
Yes, sir, it was.
Before we move on, please tell me what it means for a cartridge casing to be cycled through a weapon. What does that mean?
Sure. If you think back when we were looking at the cartridge earlier, an unfired cartridge, when we look at these items under magnification on the microscope, there are several different areas that we're going to be concerned with in looking at for those microscopic scratches and impressions, those little striations. One of those would be a firing pin, and that's what comes through the breech face of the gun to detonate the primer. Also the breech face marks on that primer from the gun. Ejector marks, that's what kicks that cartridge out of the gun or the cartridge case. Extractor marks, that's what pulls it out of the chamber of the firearm so that it can be kicked out. And also chamber marks, and that's on the body of the cartridge case, that cylindrical portion. So when we're looking at evidence, our ultimate goal is to say something was fired by this gun or they were fired by the same gun. And we do that, and we can rely on those firing pin marks and those breech face marks because that's what struck the primer and caused it to detonate and fire that cartridge. There's other things that we can look at just to single out like extractor marks and ejector marks and chamber marks of such that we can look at to say that a cartridge has traveled through a gun. For example, if you were to load a magazine, insert it into a semi-automatic firearm, pull the slide back, load that cartridge into the chamber, and then you decide you're not going to shoot or you need to remove that cartridge for any reason, you would pull back on that slide of the handgun and the cartridge would be extracted out of the chamber and ejected. Through that process, there can be marks left on the cartridge. That also would happen when you're firing it, but that's not what detonated that primer and set that off. Those ejector marks, those extractor marks. And that just means that that cartridge, we can say, has traveled through that firearm at one point in time. That's not to say it was fired by, but it's cycling marks that we're seeing as it cycled through that gun.
So is it accurate to say then that the cycling marks are separate and distinct from the actual firing pin marks that when you're reviewing these under a microscope?
Yes, sir. As far as what we're looking at geographically on the cartridge case, those would be in a different location when we're looking for those ejector marks or extractor marks or chamber marks.
Thank you.
That's not something that we typically would be seeing on the primer area that detonates.
We're definitely talking about how he detonates himself.
If I could, beginning with your results.
Very true.
If we could begin with your
I'll watch
examination of all the
told me to pay
shotgun
attention
shells.
to his hands.
So the actual shells that were retrieved as part of your analysis. Beginning with sled items 9 and 10, which would be states item 33 and 34. Could you tell me where these items were retrieved? Remind us where these items were retrieved from, first of all.
Sled items 9 and 10, that's States Exhibit 33 and 34. Item 9 was from marker 9, and item 10 was from marker 10, which is my understanding that it was at the feed or storage room.
What am I looking at, Joe Stees?
Elmo,
I don't see anything out of the ordinary, mainly because the law and crime puts things in the way.
of these items will be.
Yeah, the jury
Yes,
is
sir.
here, by the way.
Oh yeah,
Somebody
the
asked
jury's
if the
suffering
jury
with the
was
rest of
in-
us.
is-
These
yeah.
opinions based on prior ruling.
I think we're going to get some more motion in the later stage.
Yes, sir.
The
When I
irony is that
compared
that's gonna be
and
more
examined those
entertaining
two
and more,
shot shells with each other, I determined that those two shot shells had been fired by the same firearm.
And do you know the make and model of, or the make and manufacturer of those two weapons, projectiles or shells?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right.
Slide
Item
item 9. Yes, sir.
Which, item 9 is which item?
Item 9 is the red and color shot shell, which is State's Exhibit 34.
Okay.
That was a federal premium double aught buck 3-inch Magnum shot shell. And sled item 10 is the black and color shot shell, State's Exhibit 33, and that is a fired 12 gauge Winchester dry lock number 2 shot shell.
They're just like, oh, look at all these scary shells they had on the.
Mr.
on
Greer,
the
moving
property.
on to referencing item 22 collectively.
And yes, this is
Yes, sir.
the bullet expert.
State's Exhibit 399, 22.7 on your report.
Yes, sir.
Would be State's Exhibit 399. Did you have an opportunity, or could you tell us what that is?
Yes, sir. That was the unfired 12 gauge shot shell that was submitted originally with the item 22 shotgun, which is the camouflage color Benelli shotgun.
Could you go ahead and open that package for us, please?
Yes, sir. Do you have scissors or just?
Oh my God. His hands, his little tiny baby hands cannot open that.
where are the scissors? Where's the safety scissors? They had them like 2 minutes ago. There we go.
What the? Okay. We found a red casing. It was red. That means danger. All right, while he's opening this, I'm going to grab a snack real quick. I'll be right
Remind
back.
us again where that item was retrieved from.
This item was originally submitted with the item 22 camouflage Benelli shotgun that was submitted to the laboratory.
Meaning it was actually loaded into the shotgun?
When I received it, it was not loaded in the shotgun, but this was an unfired shot shell as it was submitted. This is the shot shell that I test fired in that shotgun.
All right, very good.
Why? It was not the murder weapon. He's tested a gun. His finger will never reach the trigger. Honestly, there has been nothing that this guy has said that has had any probative value whatsoever.
I'll put it on the.
So they owned a whole bunch of other guns that fit shotgun shells. So what?
Okay, and
Yes, sir. This is also a 12 gauge federal shot shell, and on the shot shell itself, it also says Federal Premium Double Aught Buck 3-inch Magnum.
yeah, I agree with this. Shotgun shells are not scary. Black powder in an open top container is more scary. Yep.
Are those two items
I
consistent
can
with each other?
get that. Probative value.
Actually, I got a second bottle too. So.
Yes, sir. It does appear that they are consistent in construction and their head stamp information.
If you would, since let's work through the number of firearms that were identified by you. Did you have an opportunity to test those firearms with the projectiles retrieved?
Yes, sir, I did.
What were your results for item 30, the Mossberg pump action shotgun?
In regards to the 2 shot shells,
Correct.
my results after examining that, it was determined that the item 30 shotgun did not fire the items 9 and 10 shot shells.
And could you move on to your item 31, states item, one moment, I'm sorry. And the item you just referenced was states item 89, the Mossberg shotgun. States exhibit 90, sled item 31. Please tell us about that item.
Yes, sir. Based on my examination, I was able to determine that item 31 was not fired by, that item 31 did not fire items 9 and 10.
All right, concerning states exhibit 91, your sled item 32, that would be a Benelli Super Black Eagle 2, black in color. Could you tell us your results of that?
Yes, sir. Based on my examination, it was determined that item 32 did not fire items 9 and 10.
Wait, what?
Item 32 was,
Hold
however,
on.
recovered with a number
This
of rounds in it.
sounds
Is
like
that
some
correct?
bullshit.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And what were those rounds?
Item 32, the Benelli model Super Black Eagle 2 shotgun was submitted with 2 unfired 12-gauge shot shells, Federal and Winchester.
All right, did you have an opportunity to compare the shot shells with item 22, the camouflage color Benelli Super Black Eagle 3?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and if you would, please tell us your findings concerning item 22.
Sure. When I compared sled items 9 and 10 with those test shot shells that I fired through the item 22 camouflage shotgun, the results of those comparisons were inconclusive. I was unable to determine whether or not items 9 and 10 were fired by item 22 or if they had been fired by another firearm with similar characteristics.
Oh my fucking.
And were you able to eliminate item number 33 from this round of testing concerning the shotgun shells?
That's correct. The shotgun shells were not fired by the item 33 rifle.
Moving on to your results, moving on to your testing, or did you conduct additional testing of 300 blackout rounds?
Yes, sir, I did.
Your hands, and a slab is 30 cans of beer that are lined up and wrapped in plastic usually.
And of the cases
I've
of
never heard of
the
that
ammunition both fired, spent, so shell casings, or unfired ammunition, were the ones we examined today that were retrieved from the scene, what make and manufacturer were they?
The cartridge cases were head stamped with the S&B logo and 300 blackout caliber.
Did you have an opportunity to test fire and examine sled item 33, states exhibit 88? The 300 blackout rifle, black in color.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. Could you please tell us your results from that examination for that weapon?
In regards to test firing the weapon?
Correct.
Yes, sir. When I examined item 33, I test fired it using the item 34 magazine. That was the magazine that was packaged alongside the rifle. During that test firing, the first available cartridge in the magazine, as I inserted the magazine into the firearm, it was fed and chambered into the rifle correctly and as I expected. The cartridge was successfully test fired, and then it extracted and ejected from the rifle again as I expected it to. However, as the firearm cycled, meaning when that bolt was coming back forward to load the next available cartridge in the magazine, it failed to feed that cartridge into the chamber, and I had to manually cycle it to load the next cartridge into the chamber. That
Jan,
issue
what's
did
your
not
point?
prevent me from test firing.
He had to
the
use
firearm,
those
and no
powerful
further
hands.
analysis to determine that cause was conducted.
This isn't even the gun that was used in the
Referencing your results, slide item 128 in your exam, were you able to identify any cartridge casings that would have been fired by item 33 rifle? Your item 33 states exhibit 90, states exhibit 88.
Yes, sir, I was.
And just to be clear, we're talking about this 300 blackout rifle. Is that correct? We're talking about your item 33?
Yes, sir. That is sled item 33 that I examined and test fired.
What were you able to identify with the rounds recovered, the 300 blackout rounds recovered? Please list their item numbers as well.
Yes, sir. So I compared all the 300 blackout cartridges that I received, and based on my examinations and comparisons, I was able to determine that sled item 38, 109, 110, 121, 126, and 127 were fired by the item 33 rifle.
How?
And those would be various items that
I
were
think that's
recovered that
bullshit.
we've been
I'm calling
through and
bullshit.
identified in the
I'm
state's
calling
exhibits.
real
Is that
bullshit on
correct?
Yes, sir. That's
Yeah.
correct.
So some of them you would say were fired
Where's
by.
Steve? He'd be going off his nut right now.
That is correct.
I know you mentioned before with item
That's
33, or
bullshit.
sorry,
You
state's
could say they're
exhibit
fired by
89.
something of the same
I'm sorry, state's
caliber.
exhibit.
Maybe even
88.
of the same, maybe.
I know you'd
brand,
mentioned before that
the
it
same
wasn't
factory,
working
maybe,
properly.
but
Does that inhibit your
None.
ability to test it in any way?
No, sir. I was able to test fire that firearm and recover those test specimens that I needed in order to make those comparisons.
Do malfunctions occur in firearms from time to time?
Yes, sir. They can occur.
But nevertheless, you were able to simulate you were able to fire the weapon eventually.
Yes, sir. I was able to test fire the weapon and recover those test specimens that I needed.
All right, I'm going to reference sled items 2 through 7, 35 through 37, 39, 108, 111 through 120. Do you understand which items I'm referencing?
Yes, sir. I do.
And
Right.
how
A
did you
bunch of
compare
bullets.
those, or how did the analysis go when compared with item 33, states item 88?
Yes, sir. When I compared those items, that was items 2 through 7, 35 through 37, 39, 108, 111 through 120, and 122 through 124, and 128 with each other. And when I compared those with those test specimens that I fired through item 33, the results of those comparisons were inconclusive. Again, that means I was
No
unable
shit,
to
Sherlock.
determine if they had been fired by item 33 or they had been fired by another firearm or firearms with similar characteristics.
Still on item 33, states exhibit 88, the recovered 300 blackout rifle. Were you able to compare the ejection and extraction marks of various 300 blackout rounds recovered and casings recovered?
Yes, sir.
And what was your findings concerning some of those items? And please list the items, and we will go back and identify states exhibits in a minute.
Yes, sir. In looking at the mechanism marks on items 111, 114 through 115, 118 through 119, 123, and 128, I was able to determine that those items had all been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the item 33 rifle at some previous time.
All right. Mr. Greer, I'm going to ask you.
I'm going to renew my objection to the next opinion that he's about to offer based on our prior rulings, just for the record,
Yes, sir. It's not,
prior arguments and understanding the court's rule.
yes, sir.
Mr. Greer, I'm going to real quick reference on your chart, on your list, items marked sled items 2 through 7, 35, 36, and 37, and sled item 39. And that would be states exhibits 63 through 68. Just please verify that I've handed you states exhibits 63 through 68 and identify if they correlate to items 2 through 7 on your chart.
Yes, sir. These states exhibit 63 through 68 are sled items 2 through 7.
And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as Thank the court's indulgence. States Exhibit 260. Okay, I think it's good. I think it's it. States Exhibit 250, which correlates to slide items 35 through 39. Please verify that for me.
Yes, sir. This is States Exhibit 260, which is a container that is to contain sled items 35 through 39.
Okay.
Over there.
Slide items 2 through 7. States Exhibit 63 through 68. After review of the crime scene, where were those located?
After reviewing the crime scene diagram, it's my understanding that those cartridge cases were at marker numbers that were near or around the body of Margaret Murdaugh.
And those would be 300 blackout rounds, is that right?
That's correct. They're 300 blackout caliber.
Or they were spent casings?
Yes, sir. Those are fire cartridge cases.
And States Exhibit 260, items 35 to 39, what are those again?
Those were all fire 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases, head stamped with the S&B logo and 300 blackout caliber.
And where were those items recovered?
Listed on our submission documents, those were from the ground at side entrance door.
Have you physically been there to the Moselle property?
Yes, sir, I have.
Are you familiar with the ground at the side entrance door?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
He's been
Is
on
that
the
the side
ground.
entrance that leads into the pool table and the gun room?
Based on my understanding of the scene, yes, sir, I believe that is where those were collected from, near that door that goes into that room.
We have 300 blackout round casings collected from around Maggie's body, and we have 300 casings collected from the house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have any notes? Did you take
How
any contemporaneous notes
How
the
close are you
condition
saying they are?
of your items 35 to 39?
There's a
Those
lot of
collected
shells that
at
are
the
around
house.
there.
Yes, sir, I do believe so. I'm going to reference my case file here to confirm.
Would referencing your file help you refresh your memory on that matter?
Yes, sir, it would. During my examination, when I looked at items 35 through 39, which were recovered near that door area, I did note that
This
they
is
were
the
tarnished and
prosecutor. If
weathered,
somebody asks who's the
in my
prosecutor in the
case
black
file.
jacket, that's the one that Jeff calls Wednesday Adams. She's got a different outfit on today.
Mr. Greer, tell us what you found concerning those items.
Based on my examination, it was determined that items 2 through 7, 35 through 37, and 39 had matching mechanism marks, and it was concluded that those items had been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time.
So if I understand it correctly, the items collected right by Maggie had been loaded into, extracted to, and ejected by the same firearm that were identified that items were picked up by the side of the house.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Shells recovered from my butt. I like it. He's
Additional
smuggling,
items were collected
smuggling
as
out
well.
shells.
And did you have an opportunity to analyze those
Yes, sir, I did.
and identify the sled item numbers, and then we'll identify the state's exhibit numbers?
Those were sled items number 108, 113, 116, 117, and 122.
Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 261, which includes various items. And what are they again?
Yes, sir. This is a container that contains multiple 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases and fired 12 gauge shot shells.
And in that collective
These
bin,
girls are talking about what they're going to order off
blackout rounds,
Poshmark.
of the items you just listed.
They're like giggling over
Yes,
here.
sir. That's correct.
All right, tell us what your findings were for those items. And where were these collected?
Based on the submission documentation, those were collected from areas such as from to the left of a shooting chair near field, from a right corner near field, from in front of a shooter's chair under a table. Would you like me to identify each location?
For those items, have you had an opportunity to review some body-worn camera footage and evidence and kind of identify what that actually meant?
Oh, yes, sir.
And generally, when it says left leg and right leg and near the front or back, what is it talking about?
It appears that there's some type of shooting area that those were collected from.
What were your findings concerning those items?
It was determined that those items, and to include items 108, 113, 116, 117, and 122, also had those same matching mechanism marks to conclude that they had been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm as those at the crime scene around Margaret Murdaugh's body, and those several recovered from the home.
So the items collected around Margaret Murdaugh's body matched the items collected outside the house, which matched items that were collected in the field at the shooting range.
Yes, sir. I was able to identify that the cartridge cases recovered items 2 through 7 near the body did have matching mechanism marks with several of the items from the area around the home and those in the shooting field, and several of those in the shooting field, to conclude that some of those had been, that those had been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time.
So I'm going to reference slide item 8. That would be State's item 250, State's Exhibit 250. I'm going to put it on the screen. What is that item again? Remind us, please.
Sled item 8 was one fired bullet determined to be 300 blackout caliber, listed as near tire impression at marker 8.
Recovered from the scene.
Yes, sir, at marker 8.
Is that a fired projectile?
Yes, sir, that is a fired bullet.
Is that, how much does that bullet weigh?
According to my notes, when I weighed that projectile, it weighed approximately 147.4 grains.
Handing you what's marked as Exhibit 213. Remind us again what that is.
State's Exhibit 213 appears to be an ammunition box marked cellular and below and 300 blackout caliber.
What are the grains indicated on that box?
On the side of this box, it has information about the projectile, and it says 147 grains on the side.
Is State's Exhibit up on the Elmo, is that consistent with a 147 grain projectile?
Yes, sir. That bullet appears to be intact. And based on my examination and looking at these fired bullets as a part of an examination, I would say that would be consistent with being 147 grains.
Is there any proof this was the specific bullet that was used to kill Maggie? Is there any proof this bullet specifically was the bullet that killed Maggie? Is there any proof that this bullet specifically killed Paul?
Did you
Is there any proof
inspect
this is
sled
even
item
freaking relevant?
12?
By the way,
Yes, sir, I
people
did.
ask, are there rules about relevancy? Yes.
Tell us your
yes,
results
the
of
judge
that.
is ignoring them.
Sled item 12 was one fired bullet, determined to also be 300, most consistent with being 300 blackout caliber. And it was listed as from bedding inside doghouse.
And did you have an opportunity to weigh that projectile?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the results of that?
When I weighed that projectile, it was approximately 146.8 grains.
Oh my God, the weight of the bullet. How is that necessary? Why do you need it? Why do you need that? What does that tell you?
147 grain unfired ammunition.
Yes, sir, I would say that would be consistent with 147 grains.
This is trash science. What? Yeah, I think the defense may be reading the jury, by the way. Yeah, so people are saying, why aren't they objecting? The defense is probably looking at the jury and saying, we don't need to object to this. And they're going to get it on cross. I mean, all Poon has to come up and say is, can you prove it? No? Okay,
I'm going to show
done.
you what's been marked as state and entered into evidence as state's exhibit 143, 144,
I'll finish
148,
this,
and
and it had
150.
like a shot or two left in it.
Remove those collectively and let me know
Take
if
400
you are familiar with
Put some of the dome right now or a soju shotsky. Got you, bro. Gonna kill this one. I think we are. There you go. That's the bottle. Cheers to 147 grains.
State's Exhibit 143 is a 12 gauge federal shot shell. It says Federal Premium Double Lock Buck 3-inch Magnum on the shell, on the side of the shell. State's Exhibit 144.
Rounds for grains.
is
I like
also
it.
a 12 gauge federal shot shell. On the side of it, it says Federal Premium Double Lock Buck 3-inch Magnum. State's Exhibit 148 is also a 12 gauge federal shot shell. On the side of it, it says Federal Premium Double Lock Buck 3-inch Magnum.
Gamma, thanks for gifting the 5 memberships. Appreciate that.
And State's Exhibit 150 is also a 12 gauge federal shot shell with the same information of Federal Premium Double Lock Buck 3-inch Magnum.
Are all of those 4 exhibits that you just reviewed of the same manufacturer and same make and model?
Yes, sir. They appear to have the same information and also in their case, in their construction as well.
If I use one for demonstrative purposes, all the rest are the same?
Yes, sir. They appear to be all consistent.
Showing you what you just identified. This would be States 143. Is this the item you just looked at, Mr. Brewer?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 34. Remind me again which item that is. Sled item 9.
State's Exhibit 34 was sled item 9. That's correct.
What's the make and model of that?
Sled item 9, State's Exhibit 34 was a fired 12 gauge shot shell with the Federal Premium Double Lock Buck 3-inch Magnum, red in color.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 399. This would be, yeah, where's item 9 from?
Item 9 is listed as from marker 9. And again, based on my understanding of the crime scene document, that was near or around the speed room.
And marked as States Exhibit 399, sled item 22.7. Where is that item from?
Sled item 22.7, States Exhibit 399, was the unfired 12-gauge shot shell that was originally submitted as item 22 with the camouflage Benelli shotgun.
States item 4, and you've already reviewed this. Exhibit 4 for the state, 22 for you. Is that the same shotgun that you're referring to?
Oh my god, are we still on this guy?
Yeah, still on this guy. He's got the camo shotgun. He's got the shot shell.
Well, while it's cool to see
He's
the
just
camo
been going
shotgun,
through a bunch of ammo that
Yes,
they
sir, this is my
cannot
item
link to
22
the actual
shotgun.
murder. A bunch
Camouflage,
of ammo
Benelli,
that
Super
this is
Black
all
Eagles
relevant.
3.
All this, and they've been doing it bullet by bullet.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
all they're doing is proving the
All these
defense
items-
case for them.
Are
This
of the
is a
same
massive weight.
model and manufacturer. Is that correct?
They're talking about the
Yes, sir,
grain
they all
of the
appear to
bullet.
have the same
Oh, for
head stamp
God's sakes.
information and information on the side of the shell, and their case construction all
Unless
appears to be
put
consistent.
it together. Wow, our country makes good guns. Use one to shoot Chinese balloon
now.
now. It is pretty high up. The balloon is very high.
marked as States Exhibits
Hey, Spooky Spoon.
144. Sorry. States Exhibits 145, 146, 147, and 149 collectively. Please take them out individually, review them. Let me know if you recall what they are. Make and model, make and manufacture is what I'm interested in.
States Exhibit 145, it's head stamp Winchester 12 gauge with dry lock 3-inch and a 2 on the shell. States Exhibit 146, it's head stamp Winchester 12 gauge,
Why are we
On the
like
shell,
this
it
is the
says
thing that
dry
just blows
lock,
my mind.
3-inch
Why
number
do you
2.
need to go through each individual shell? Particularly
don't.
unfired shells. Why are you going through unfired shells?
States Exhibit 147,
Yeah, the state did
It's head
the
stamp
defense did do
Winchester
terrible
12
when they
gauge.
questioned him during the motion, but
on the shell,
maybe
dry
they didn't
lock,
feel like they
3-inch
needed to
number
question
2.
him that much during the motion because they weren't challenging the qualifications and whatnot of this guy during the motion.
And States Exhibit 149,
They ended up getting him in.
head stamp Winchester 12 gauge on the shell, dry lock, 3-inch number 2.
You know, to indicate where those items were recovered.
Based on the packaging,
What is the packaging? Where does the packaging indicate those items were recovered?
the packaging for States Exhibit 145 says from estate box on bookshelf in gun room. States Exhibit 146 says from Kent box on bookshelf in gun room. States Exhibit 147 says from nightstand in Paul's room. And States Exhibit 149 says from estate box on bookshelf in gun room.
And hand you what's been marked and identified as States Exhibit 33, slide item 10. Where was that located?
Sled item 10, again, was a fired 12 gauge shot shell, head stamp Winchester 12 gauge on the side, dry lock 3-inch number 2. And that was located at marker 10, which again, based on my understanding, was near that feed room.
Identify, please, the make and manufacturer of that item.
Yes, sir. It was head stamp Winchester 12 gauge. And on the shell, it says dry lock 3-inch 2.
Is that consistent with the make and manufacture of all the other items you just reviewed?
Yes, sir, it is.
Jason asked, "Did I miss much? Is it still
Those are all the
same
items you
boring
just reviewed?
SSDD? Boring as
Yes, sir.
Same boring shit. Different day. Now it's just all bullets. We're going through bullets,
All right, no further questions
bit
from the
by
state.
bit. All right, here we go. Cross. Oh, it's Griffin.
We'll
Not
take a
Prune.
few minutes break, ladies and gentlemen.
Ah.
Do not discuss the case.
Okay. Since we're taking a break, I think I need to play this.
I am not gay. I am not gay. I have relationships with women. Sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
That was in
Interesting.
honor of our witness there. Hayden,
Yeah.
since you've seen a lot of bullets and bullets are scary, is he now guilty of murder?
Oh yeah, I'm completely convinced now. The state's done everything that I ever expected them to, and I am in no way considering taking a 300 blackout to myself. Like this is just
No way.
complete and utter no. I 100% sold. 100% sold on this.
By the way, the poll right now, 65% of you think not guilty, 35% of you think guilty of this crime. You think he's going to be convicted guilty of this crime. Very interesting. Very interesting. I'm still, of course, on the not guilty side. But yes, I'm feeling like taking a 300 blackout to myself, having to listen to them go through bullet by bullet, and just trying to bury them under the weight of evidence. Yeah, it's like that one more shotgun shell. I wasn't convinced by the number 2 shotgun 12 gauge shell, but the next one, the number 3 shell, that's the one that got me. It wasn't number 1. It was number 3.
Sure? I was mildly more convinced by shotgun shell number 17.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that one was very persuasive, because it was 147 grams exactly, or grains exactly. I was totally convinced by that one. Yeah, this is, to me, that if anybody, I mean, even people who know firearms would be lost, because the point is, even if you know all of this, it doesn't matter. How is it relevant to this case? They've shown 0. Now, the one thing I will say they slipped in there in the middle was the fact that this guy used his trash science to say that there was a link between a specific bullet and a gun. That's the problem. That's the trash science, is saying they can get a specific bullet in that gun, or by the way, if it's something that could be chambered in that, let's say it's a 12 gauge shotgun shell, and say, oh well, this shell was not fired by this gun. I don't think they can do that either.
Okay, given that I'm, like, for the most part, ammo illiterate, can you clarify something for me? A 12 gauge shotgun, that's one that's got like the ball bearings in it, right?
No.
Or is that a slug?
So the gauge of the shotgun has nothing to do with what the rounds that can be chambered in an actual shotgun. By the way, the most common shotgun gauges are 10 gauge, 12 gauge, 16, 20, 28. 10 is relatively rare in the United States, but it does exist. My uncle had one. But
because I'm just curious as to how, if you're shooting something like birdshot or the one with the bearings in it and that sort of thing,
so
how
the smaller
rifling is going to matter.
There's no rifling.
You're not going to do rifling in it, no.
No. The smaller the gauge, so the gauge is for the size of the bore. So so essentially, as you go down in gauge, you're going to get a larger bore. So that's all it is, right? So you can load different shots with different types of ammunition. So they could have a slug, which is just pretty much a giant fucking piece of metal. You can load a buckshot, which are large balls of metal, which are made to take
the ones that
down.
I'm traditionally used to knowing about. Yep.
Yes, deer or humans. By the way, they work really good for humans. Then you can load small pellets, which are typically used for bird, and those are going to have different numbers as well. So those are going to be, for example, when you hear double aught, that actually means 0-0, right? 0-0 buck, right? And the ammunition that is typically birdshot is numbered higher. I believe when I was shooting, let me make sure I'm getting this right. I believe it was like number 12. Oh, wait, no, let me see. Let me make sure I got this in here correctly. Let's see. Was it numbered? 8 or 7.5. I'd usually use like 8 or 7.5 shot for like shooting clays or dove or whatnot. I just had to refresh my memory. It's been a while. Yeah. Yeah, and some shotguns, yeah. So Valhalla's right. So some shotguns have 2 barrels, so you can swap them out. Yep. They have visual devices that can help explain shotgun shells. Yeah, let me look up some of that. Look up some of that here for a second. Hold on.
No Swan Look Lady. Just a brief break.
Yeah,
The
we're
judge
just
wants
on
to
a
suggest
very brief break. We are not done for the day. Sorry, I know you may have been hoping for that, but let's see what we got here. Oh, these are actually really good visuals. So let's pull up some of these visuals. This is really good. Here we go. So you know shotgun ammo, right? So here you go. Gauges, right? So this shows you the actual size, right? 410. So I started off when I was a little kid shooting a 410. That's what my dad actually had me start shooting on because it's got the lowest kick or a kickback, right? So you can see the actual size of the bore, 0.4. Then 28 gauge is 0.5, 20 gauge is 0.6, 16 gauge is 0.66, 12 gauge is 0.7, and 10 gauge is 0.77. You can kind of see the analysis of the bullet. And by the way, they could have just shown this, right? They could have just shown this. You can see in a birdshot shell, you're going to have a lot of small little pellets here. The wad, which he did not talk about. He did not talk about blowing the wad. I'm very disappointed about that. You're going to have the powder and the primer. He did talk about the powder and the primer in the shot. And then for a slug, you just have a giant fucking piece of metal here instead of the shot. But everything else is pretty much the same. And then this kind of shows you, what you would shoot with different sizes here. Mid-size to big game, buckshot or slug. This is for killing a man. You can kill a man with this. Turkey, you're going to use birdshot, waterfowl, number 6, number 1. Upland 7.5 to 4, birdshot, small game 7.5 to 5, pests use 410, number 12 to number 8 birdshot. So this shows you the different size of buckshot. So you see this is double lot. When I say double lot, it's 0, 0. You got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 smaller balls, right? And then birdshot, you see it kind of goes down from larger shot, which you might use for turkey, all the way down to very, very small shot, which you could use for perhaps like sporting clays. So, and you can also see the difference in shell length. So typically you're gonna get a shell. I believe 2 3/4. I believe that's pretty common. So, anyways, yeah, good visual here. Good visual. So
that's great. Would you mind just dropping that in the private chat just so I can refer?
Yeah, absolutely. Get to know your shotgun shells. Get to know, and once again, we just learned more in like 5 seconds with an internet visual than they taught us than this guy explained it all. I mean, there's nothing useful coming out of that. Brandon, let's go. Brandon says, I send Harold from USA and make quasi-racist comment. You drink the sojus. I just finished that bottle. I do have all of the food, which I can open up here. It's even sealed at the top. You can probably see it's sealed. But doesn't want to focus on it. But anyways, really good explanation there. Let's see.
Sinbad, they mentioned buckshot and birdshot, but don't mention wife shot or sunshot.
Oh no! Oh no! God damn it! Did anyone look at Alex's shoulder? I'm fair, not a ginger, but when I shoot a shotgun, the kick shows. That's true. They could have looked at him afterwards. I think they just settled on taking the gunshot residue because they're going to try to prove it with the gunshot residue, even though this is a farm where there's likely gunshot residue fucking everywhere. It's a hunting ranch. They got a dove field. They hunt quail, bunch of other shit. It's going to be shotgun residue everywhere. They're powder residue everywhere. Because, I mean, they're there hunting. They're there going after hogs. That's normal there. Yeah. Does you actually bruise when you shoot a shotgun? Oh, come on. I wouldn't call it the Zima I wouldn't call soju the Zima for Asians. It's definitely the highest consumed by volume. I'll say that. What else? Even a pellet can kill if it hits in the right place. Okay, technically, yes, right? Like technically, a lot of
if it went
small
through your
things,
own your brain, yeah, sure.
right? Technically, a lot of things can kill you if they hit you in the right place, but generally, it is not something you would see somebody get killed over. I mean, there have been people who've been shot in the face. Think of Dick Cheney's pheasant hunting partner. They went pheasant hunting, and literally Dick Cheney blasted him in the face with a shotgun, and the guy lived.
Shit.
And he apologized. He apologized to Dick Cheney. The guy apologized to Dick Cheney because he said it embarrassed Dick Cheney. You know,
I mean, was the guy in the wrong place at the wrong time, or was it
probably?
Dick's fault?
I think that's what the guy said. It was like he didn't follow the protocol or something. Dick
Well, if you're not following proper hunting protocols, then yeah, that's your own damn fault.
Cheney didn't intentionally blast him in the face. Wasn't like, hey, I don't like you. I mean, he was out there hunting with him. But yeah, he apologized to Dick. But yeah, so technically you can't kill somebody, but
well, I mean, there was a thing a little while ago because kids were putting like not safety pins, the other ones, the sewing pins. They were putting them on the end of Nerf gun darts, and like single shotting them into a high-powered Nerf gun because you can mod them. Like a Nerf gun, when you do a mod on them, they can be surprisingly powerful. And then if you actually manage to get any sort of like modification to the darts, but I mean they're ridiculously difficult to be aimed with, obviously because they're foam. But if you put like a needle or something on the end of it, they can do some nasty shit.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt that at all. I mean, you know, that's definitely possible to like take someone out if you hit them in the fucking jugular or something like that. You know, that's gonna certainly not be good. It's gonna not be good. But you can make weapons out of almost anything. I had somebody threaten me with a sharp pencil once. They tried to put a pencil to my neck.
Jesus.
You know, well, and I've stabbed somebody with a pencil, but that was in middle school as well. That was back in the day. We got gangster back in the day. I think I told this story and someone made an art of it. They drew like an art. I'd have to find it of me stabbing someone with a pencil, but that was back in middle school. I was back in middle school.
Sorry, a job well done. That's effectively what they turn into, a blowgun. Yeah, they can do that with them.
Yeah. It's a blowgun. That would be very Aussie of them to make a blowgun. Anyways, cheers, guys.
Oh yeah.
So let's see. So I mean, yeah, that was a useless witness. I think that the cross should be better than the motion, though, because people were saying that the defense sucked during the motion, but the motion was just hearing whether or not this person can testify, whether or not they're qualified as an expert, right? This is different. So I expect them to come in swinging, to come in hard here.
Also, chat, for any of the nerds that are in the chat, I'm currently looking at upgrading my PC. Is there any real difference between a 380 and a 480? Okay, so there is, but yeah, is it worth the extra $1,000? Is what I'm saying.
All right, so we're waiting. I liked when it was like the girl talk at the table. It was just like this other chick talking to goth prosecutor, and they're having like girl attorney talk.
Joke about it's going to be my main streaming rig. I'm upgrading from the laptop, so I finally got around to it. But I'm also going to use it for gaming.
Sir, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Good afternoon. Just want to see if we can agree on one thing, and that is you're not here to tell this jury that any of the weapons in this room were used, in your opinion, to murder Maggie or Paul, correct?
Based on my examination of the evidence, was able to identify that there
Here we
were
go.
matching mechanism marks in items around, as mentioned, the body of Maggie Murdaugh and other areas of the property. And in regards
prepped
to
on
the
this
two
before.
shot shells in comparison with those shotguns, items 9 and 10
Hammer him
were
on this.
inconclusive with the item 22 shotgun.
So that means you cannot, and you did not, and you are not offering an opinion that item 22 shotgun was used to murder Paul Murdaugh, correct?
My result was inconclusive.
Oh, he's being
And
invasive.
What that ultimately means is I'm not able to determine that.
This
It's-
little
It's a
fruit.
possibility that it could have been fired by that
Are you
shotgun, and it
fucking
also
kidding
could
me?
have been another
And I say that,
firearm
by the way, not
with
because of
similar
his accent,
characteristics.
but because he's giving a little
Meaning
squirrely
Just
answer.
equally possible it wasn't that gun.
That's possible.
He's being a worm.
And this 300 blackout. We know a 300
Answer the
blackout
question.
was used to murder Maggie Murdaugh, correct?
Based on the evidence that I received, I did have several projectiles that were 300 blackout caliber that were most consistent with that, as well as several cartridge cases that were head stamped that caliber.
And you're not here to tell this jury, in your opinion, that this 300 blackouts laying on the floor here was used to murder Maggie Murdaugh, correct?
The results of the comparisons of those cartridge cases, items 2 through 7, with test fires from that
You
item
squirrely
33
little
rifle
shit.
were also inconclusive. Meaning it's
That was a yes or no
unable to
question.
determine if those cartridge cases were fired by item 33 or they've been fired by another firearm.
Well, how many cartridges were found at the murder scene of 300 blackouts? Do you remember?
Based on my understanding of the crime scene,
Yes or no?
I believe I was only submitted items 2 through 7. So that would be 6 fired 300 blackout caliber
How
cartridge
many
cases.
shot shells are you hiding in your
And again,
asshole right
I
now?
was not at the scene to recover those. That's just what was submitted to me and based on my understanding of the evidence.
Okay. I'm gonna stay on the 300 blackout for a moment, and I'm gonna show you what we marked as Defendant's Exhibit 69. Excuse me?
Just what I previously.
Yeah. And you have your file there, but take a look at Defendant 69 and see, tell us if you recognize that document as coming from your firearm.
Oh wait, is this
Report.
Exhibit 69?
Extended.
Was it?
Is this Exhibit 69?
See how zoned out I am from this freaking asshole. 69. All right, drink.
Oh, we're supposed to drink. Oh shit.
All right, I finished the coffee.
All right. To Exhibit 69 with this witness. This witness of all witnesses is 69ing us. Cheers, guys.
Yes, sir. This state's exhibit,
Defendant's Exhibit.
excuse me, yes, sir. Defendant's Exhibit 69 does appear to be a copy of 2 pages from my case file.
This is 69 for
Your Honor,
69
we would
for
move
sure.
Defendant's Exhibit 69 in the evidence, I believe without objection.
Oh man.
It's admitted.
Yeah. This is page number 67 and 68. We're going to pull it up on the screen. And while we're doing that, Agent Greer, is this your worksheet for the 300 blackout that's here in the courtroom and sled item 33, which bears State's Exhibit number 88?
Yes, sir. That would be a copy of my worksheet for sled item 33.
Okay. And this is the item that you're not prepared to tell the jury here that, in your opinion, was not used to murder Maggie Murdaugh.
Based on my examination of the cartridge cases, or several of those cartridge cases that were recovered from all the locations, the results of those comparisons were inconclusive. I'm unable to determine if they were fired by that firearm or by another firearm or firearms with those similar characteristics.
But you did test fire this item 33, correct?
The thirst is real.
Yes, sir, I did.
And on the second page of Exhibit 69, Doug, if you'll pull up the description of what happened, and if you'll tell the jury what problems you encountered when you test fired item 33, which is State's Exhibit 88.
Yes, sir. During test firing, I loaded the magazine with cartridges. That was sled item 34. And I inserted that into the magazine well of the sled item 33, the rifle. I chambered the first available cartridge into the firearm and fired it. That went as expected. The cartridge was fired. It extracted and ejected from that firearm properly. However, as that bolt was going back forward, I would have expected it to pick up the next available cartridge from the magazine. However, it didn't. And I had to manually cycle that bolt again to load the next available cartridge from the magazine. That issue did not prevent me from test firing it, and I was able to collect those test specimens that I needed. And no further analysis to determine the cause of that was conducted.
So when you say you had to manually, says as a firearm cycle, the next available cartridge in the magazine failed to feed in the chamber. So then you had to manually do it. How do you manually do it?
Yes, sir. On the top of the firearm, there's a charging handle. I had to pull back on that charging handle, which in turn pulls that bolt backwards. And when I did that and released it, it was able to then go forward on its own and pick up the next cartridge from that magazine that was inserted into the firearm.
And you had to do that every time you fired.
You had to
I've got to
do it
something.
again. You had to manually.
Yes, sir. I believe so. During my test firing, I did have that phenomenon occur.
So is it fair to say
so
Exhibit
powerful.
88, item 33 was malfunctioning when you tested it?
It did not work.
Collection of
as
vintage
I
Playgirl magazines hidden under his bed.
I would have expected it to fire and load that next cartridge as it should. However, when we're test firing these firearms, we're holding them in different weights because we're test firing them in a bullet recovery tank, which at the time was a vertical tank filled with water. So I had to hold it in kind of a strange position. But through all my test firing, I did have this situation occur. But again, no other testing to determine why that was happening was conducted. And I was able to test fire that gun and collect those test specimens.
And is it fair to say you were not able to rapid fire, pull the trigger, pull the trigger, pull the trigger, and shoot bullets in immediate succession?
That's a good point. How is he getting away with not classifying that as a malfunction?
Manually load that next cartridge in. So it just took the amount of time that it would take me to do that step, if you will. Instead of the firearm performing that function for me, I had to do it. And that's what I did in this case.
Okay. And then, all right. Were you able to get the projectile out of the water tank and compare it to the two projectiles found at the murder scene? I believe, I don't know, it's item 8 or as part of your analysis, did you compare ejectiles from item 33?
Did you say ejectiles?
Projectiles found at the scene?
Probably.
I heard.
Yes, sir. That is correct. I did collect those test fired bullets from our water tank, and I did compare that where appropriate with the fired projectiles that were submitted.
And did you reach any conclusions based upon that projectile comparison?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what were those conclusions?
Based on the observable physical characteristics of items 8 and 12, those are sled items 8 and 12.
Yeah, Natasha, that's how they test various things. They shoot the bullets into water tanks.
Caliber. Item 8 may be suitable for identification with other evidence, and item 12 sustained damage, and it was unsuitable for identification with other evidence. That means that due to the damage that it had sustained, there were no identifying features that I saw under the microscope that I would use for identification purposes. I also received several other projectiles and fragments that I compared to the item 33 rifle. Due to damage in their size, the calibers items 11, 66, and 137 could not be determined. They were just too small for me to make any determination about their caliber. Due to damage,
Is this
and
guy
the limited
purely
marks
here
of
just to
value
try and
that I
eliminate the
saw
guns that they do
on
have as a
item
murder
11,
weapon?
specifically the fired bullet
guess.
jacket fragment
That's,
and the
that's the
item
only thing that I can
66
think
fired
what his
bullet jacket
actual
fragments,
testimony is doing.
I concluded that those may or may not be suitable for identification, and compared those
He's
later
just
on
reading
to the
his notes.
rifle.
They should stop him here and not
Based
allow him to read
on
his notes.
that, no
Yeah.
marks of value that were displayed on the item 11 bullet jacket fragments. Item
Come on,
11
guys,
pieces of
object
lead, item
already.
66 pieces of lead. Though I
He's just
determined those
reading.
were
This guy is
unsuitable.
such a little freaking worm.
Due to there being no marks of value for me to compare, I was unable to compare those with those test bullets.
And he's been told to not look at the defense.
Item 137 bore some type of strided marking. However, I was unable to determine the origin of those marks and use those for an identification purpose. And it was determined that it was also unsuitable. Lastly, the three items that I did compare with those test specimens that fired from those rifle, which were item 8, the item 11 fired bullet jacket fragment, and the item 66 fired bullet jacket fragments, the results of those comparisons were also inconclusive with each other and with those test specimens.
Such a little
and that
worm.
was due to
He has
damage
no
and just
backbone. He
insufficient
has to
markings for us
rely
to
on
base our
his little
opinion.
notes like a fucking dweeb.
It could not be determined whether those items were fired by item 33 or by another firearm or firearms with similar
This is so
characteristics.
ridiculous.
So Exhibit 250 is the projectile that was found by marker 8, I believe. Just confirm that one, please. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that is correct. State's Exhibit 250 was sled item 8 near tire impression at marker 8. That's correct.
And I believe you just, as you're reading from your report, told the jury
Emily
that
loves this guy.
that
Really?
you couldn't make
Why does Emily
Any
like this guy?
conclusions
This guy's
about the
ridiculous. Sorry,
projectile
but that's
seizure of the
this is
scene
ridiculous.
from the projectiles
Maybe given that
fired
she just spent so long as a
a water
prosecutor, she
tank.
sees something we don't.
from,
She's probably a little
Just
too
300
pro
blackout
prosecution
laying on
on
the
this.
floor
I
here.
don't know,
is that right?
but
That's correct.
I
The
mean, I
results
think
of those
that,
comparisons were inconclusive. So I'm
sometimes
unable to determine if
prosecutors
item 8 was fired by the
feel that
rifle
somebody's
or by
guilty
another firearm with
and they
similar
push
rifle
for it,
characteristics.
especially in a criminal case.
Well,
But
aren't the rifling marks on a
Yeah.
projectile as it goes through the barrel more reliable when making firearm
I don't know why
identifications
anybody would
than
like this guy. This guy's
than most
freaking
any
horrible.
other tool marks
And
that
this
you
is
rely
junk
upon?
science. This is not good science.
I wouldn't say they're more reliable. We do rely on the rifling in that barrel to mark those projectiles, and that's what gives.
And
those
also, yeah, I
markings
doubt that
on those-
she's.
or puts
I doubt.
those
That. I love.
markings
And
on
by the
those
way, I love
bullets. So we're
Emily,
able to
but
look
I
at
doubt
them
that she's
and
fired
do
guns
a
as
firearms
much as
identification examination
members
on
of this
them.
jury. We'll say that.
Tools, firearms, all mark evidence. Again, I was unable to do that in this case, and my results were inconclusive.
I'm trying to
I
think
mean,
of the name of the comedian and actor that this guy
may
reminds
have
me of.
sustained, and
I know
to
it was on
just
Saturday
use
Night
the
Live at one point.
markings that were on the bullet when I looked at it. There was not enough of those markings on there for me to determine if they were fired by item 33.
No way, not a damn thing.
But item 8, exhibit 250 there, you recall whether there was human organic matter on that
Here we
projectile
go.
when it was recovered?
Let me refer to my notes.
Your
I don't have documented in my notes
There's
that
no
there was
proof.
any foreign material or trace on it as I received it.
Yeah. So there's nothing. So they got
Yeah,
shit.
so it's irrelevant.
We
Make
know
him say
that
yes or no.
that
I would make him say yes
projectile
or
was
no.
recovered at the murder scene.
Yeah.
At marker 8, is that right? Near the top.
Yes, sir. Near the tire impression at marker 8. That's correct.
And you made comparisons of of shell cartridges the back end of the full bullet that were collected at the shooting house on the property at Moselle. Did you not? I don't have the numbers, but we went through them a moment ago. You did. Do you remember? Let me ask you to take a look at the projectiles that were found. I believe they're items, well, nope. Radar items 108 through 125. I'm not sure what their state exhibit numbers are, but if you look at 108 through 125 in your report, those are spent 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases.
Sled items 108 through 125 was determined all to be fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases.
And in your report, it references left of shooting chair near field, right front corner, et cetera. Maybe you don't know, but or are you aware those were collected at a gun house at a firing range on the property?
Yes, sir. And I'm going to back up. I misspoke earlier. It's 108 through 124 are the 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases. But based on my understanding of everything, yeah, there was some type of shooting field or stand that I believe those were collected from, and that kind of seems to coincide with the item descriptions, which is what I'm familiar with.
Okay, and were you aware that when you're sitting in a shooting house and you're target practicing, that there was a earthen berm that the shots were fired into?
No, sir. I've never seen this area.
Okay. Would it have been helpful to your analysis if investigators had dug out items from that earthen berm of the projectiles, such as what's sitting in front of you?
I don't think this guy is smart. I think he
250?
thinks he's smart. He's the type of person who thinks he's smart, but he's not actually that smart.
We're able to look at bullets that are submitted. We don't have any type of restraint. It may have been helpful. Bullets, as we've seen here, come
This
to
guy
us in
does
all
not
shapes
hunt,
and
probably does not shoot guns
sizes due
recreationally,
to
and
their
probably
damage
hates
that
guns. Probably most of what
sustained.
his
So
evidence is used
I'm
is to
unable
take
to
guns
really
away
answer
from
that
people.
question without seeing the evidence.
Andrew. This guy cried last week when his goldfish died.
Are you serious?
I want to ask you.
No, I'm saying that's what I'm
More
expecting.
about the conclusions that you
about
reached
it.
as documented in your report, and I've particularly focused on item 128, and I'm still talking about the Buster 300 blackout that's laying on the floor here in the courtroom. And just so we're clear, there were items, the cartridges that we talked about, the back end of the bullet, that you were able to conclude that they were fired by this gun, right?
Yes, sir. I was able to determine
Unbelievable.
at the totality of the marks on those cartridge cases that there were items submitted to me had been fired by that firearm.
And your conclusion that they've been fired by this gun, and we're talking about the cartridges. One is cartridge 38, which is up by the residence, correct?
Yes, sir. Sled item 38, that's my understanding. And it was submitted as being recovered from near a door.
Well, and that's the door that you testified that you saw when you went on the property.
Yes, sir. I believe so. That's my understanding.
And so it's been a long week, 2 weeks, but there was a sled agent early in the case who had body cams going around picking up spent shell cartridges adjacent to that door, and you believe this is one of those, correct?
That's my understanding that those items came from the area outside that gunroom door.
And you concluded that item 38, along with some other items found at the shooting house, which would be, 109 and 110 you concluded. And where 109 and 110 found? Yeah, that's the shooting range, correct?
Yes, sir. As submitted to the lab, collected item 109 was collected from right front corner near field, and item 110 was in front of shooter's chair under table near field.
Okay. And so one spent cartridge found next to the door up at the house, main residence at Moselle, and then you've got
one next to the house. It isn't even close. It doesn't even in range.
five found at the shooting range that you say, in your opinion, were fired by this gun.
Yes, sir.
And exactly how can you tell that even remotely?
But then you've also matched other cartridges. According to your report, items 111, 114, 115, 18, 19, 123, and it says 128 in your report that you say were loaded into, extracted, and ejected from this rifle.
That's correct.
But you don't say they were fired from this rifle.
That's correct.
But they were spent shell casings found at the shooting range, correct?
Yes, sir. And those were fired cartridge cases in it's just plain term. They had been fired. When I'm looking at the totality of all these markings, again, we go back to those 5 areas that we're really going to look at. The marks that I saw.
I can't actually tell. Is he talking about the shotgun shells, or is he talking about the bullets fired from the 300 blackout?
Were those ejector or lug and extractor marks? And
Okay,
that's
I completely zoned out there for a minute.
Timer. So that's the difference there. So we know those marks can occur when that cartridge or fire cartridge case is cycling through there, but that's not what detonated that cartridge, and that's the difference in that result. Yes, sir.
Well, let's look at it from the other side of the coin. So you're saying that the breech marks on the primer, where the firing pin hit the primer, did not match up. Item rifle 33, the breech marks on the firing pin didn't match up on these spent cartridges. 111, 114, 15, 118, 119, 123, 128.
No, sir. When I did compare all of these cartridge cases to each other and with those test cartridge cases fired from it, those
Jesus Christ,
items 111, 114, 115, 118, 119, 123, and 128, due to insufficient corresponding markings on that primer and in those breech face marks, I was unable to determine if they were all fired by item 33 or by another firearm or firearms with similar characteristics. I did examine those, and the results of those comparisons were inconclusive.
So you're saying you didn't. You're not telling jury they don't match. It's just you couldn't match them. They're inconclusive.
My results of those comparisons were inconclusive. Yes, sir.
I need a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
And then you also in your report reached the same, you conclude that it's inconclusive on whether item 33, State's Exhibit 88, are you saying it's inconclusive whether item 33, Exhibit 88, fired 2 through 7?
That's correct.
Are you saying it's inconclusive as to whether item 33, which is Exhibit States 88, at some point in time, loaded and ejected, extracted from item 33?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, we just talked about there's a difference between firing and then cycling and extracting.
Yes, sir.
Tool marks.
Oh, he's extracted a lot of marks.
Did you look at State's Exhibit 88 to see if the extraction marks matched up to items 2 through 7?
Based on the evidence that I received, I was able to determine that items 2 through 7 had those matching mechanism marks with items 35 through 37, 39, 108, 113, 116 through 117, and 122 to conclude that those items have been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time.
But you can't identify the firearm, the gun.
Right, correct. In terms of being fired by, I was able to determine that several items had been fired by that rifle, and the results of those comparisons with the other items, sled items 2 through 7, 35 through 37, 39, 108, 111 through 120, 122 through 124, and 128. Those comparisons with each other and those test cartridge cases fired by the item 33 rifle were inconclusive.
And so, let's see if I can understand what you're talking about with regard to your conclusions on that items 2 through 7, which were shell casings found near Maggie's body, and
I'll get to the supers in a second. I got
cartridges found around the Murdaugh house and at the shooting range. You conclude that they were loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time.
That's correct.
And for those, I guess we have the same issue. You looked at the primer, the breach marks on the primer, and you couldn't make any conclusions on those, right?
When I looked at the primer area where those breech face and firing pin impressions are, the results of including that in a fire-by result were inconclusive. And that is the results for items 2 through 7, and 35 through 37, 39, 108, 111 through 120, 122 through 124, and 128.
And again, aren't the breach marks in the firing pin, aren't those more reliable than extractor marks when you're doing an analysis?
During the marking of these specimens, if you will, through firing, the machining process to create those firearms, we see tool marks on fire cartridge cases and fire bullets from multiple different processes. I can't say that one's more reliable to mark than the other. It's all due to the machining process, and also due to the individual wear and tear of that firearm through use of it and repetitive use or abuse of the firearm. That can also add to the markings in each of those locations that we're looking at, whether it be something from the breech face, from the firing pin, those extractors and ejectors, or even the rifling in the barrel. All of those variables can play into those markings and how we see those and how they reproduce on our evidence and how individual they are to each gun.
Well, that does bring me to another point. Isn't your opinion based upon conclusion that every 300 blackout manufactured in the world, whether it's put together by John Bedingfield or mass assembled at Palmetto State Armory or anywhere in the world, that each one, when they cycle a bullet through and eject it, will produce its own unique, like no other in the world, its own unique.
This is the junk science. Here we go.
Isn't that what your opinion is based on?
Again, during the manufacturing of
him. It's a yes or no.
Yes or no?
Yes or no.
I would like
Thank
to
you.
No.
Can I get a yes or no and then an
Yes, force it. Force it.
Yeah, don't look at the judge. You have to answer that.
You have to answer that, bitch.
You're objecting. You can answer the question.
No.
Restate the question.
Nope.
Isn't your opinion based upon the presumption or the basis of your opinion is that every 300 blackout manufactured in the world produces its own unique set of tool marks when it cycles a bullet through? Yes or no?
That's a yes or no question.
I would like to answer that with a little bit of explanation if possible.
No. It's a yes or no question.
No. Explain all day long.
If you can answer yes or no, you must answer yes or no, then explain.
Can you repeat the question one more time?
Yeah, you little bitch.
Oh, for
Answer
God's
the fucking
sake.
question.
Is it your opinion, in this case, about the shell cartridges being fired from the same 300 blackout? Isn't that based upon your presumption that each 300 blackout manufacturer in the world makes unique tool marks when it cycles a bullet and ejects it.
Everything you've just testified means you say yes, but you know damn well you have to say no.
He has to say no. He has to say no.
It's hard to say.
No, he's supposed to say yes. He wants to say no, but he has to say yes. It's the wrong way around.
In the world, so it's hard to answer that question. But again, based on my knowledge of that process and how they're made, I'm able to support my answer without answering it in a yes or no manner, I suppose.
Oh, fuck off!
But you're saying you found shells here.
This is a little
shells, cartridges here, cartridges there, cartridges at the murder scene, and they all have very. I mean, not all the marks are identical, but enough marks are close enough to being identical. In your opinion, they were fired by one weapon in the world.
It's my opinion that those had all been cycled through the same firearm at one point in time. Yes, sir.
That was not the question.
But not fired by the same firearm.
No, sir. That's not what my conclusions say. As far as being fired by that firearm or by the same gun, those results are inconclusive.
So that means that the markings on the breech, because they were
Where's
all
James? Can we send James a message just tell him to yell out? It's a yes or no question.
The primer, and you call that breech markings, correct?
Yes, sir. Those are breech face markings that we would see on the primer.
No,
they were dissimilar.
They can treat him as
the similarities between those where you couldn't reach a conclusion.
That's correct. Those shared, again, the same class characteristics. So we compared those to each other. Based on our comparisons, that's correct. There were not enough. There's not enough agreement. There was insufficient agreement there for me to reach a conclusion based on my training and experience and looking at all of these cartridge cases that I could say that they were.
Mark Sermon, the only reason he's getting away with this is because the defense isn't pressing him harder.
Yeah, and they're letting him rig.
And can you say when those
he should have
tool markings were made on the?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or when
I'm actually angry at the defense now.
Scratch that. Is there any way to determine, for you to determine, when the shell casings, cartridges were cycled and ejected in this one firearm that's unique to all others in the world?
Gosney would be screaming right now.
Gosney would be.
When those were fired or when those were loaded into, extracted, and ejected from a firearm, no, sir. I cannot put a timestamp, if you will, on that, no, sir.
And you can't state whether it was a 300 blackout assembled in 2016, given for Christmas gift, or if it was a replacement given in 2017 or 2018. I mean, you don't know what year the gun was that cycled and ejected.
That's correct. I do not have knowledge on the year of.
They need to debunk this witness. They need their own expert that destroys this guy.
Now let's move on to
what he says is not true.
Shotguns. And you were.
This is junk science.
Clear a few things up. You were shown a lot of items that were taken, unfired shot shells. And this is 12 gauge. I'm going to show you exhibit 143, 144, 145, 6, 7, 8, 9, all the way to 50. And I'm not going to ask you to take these out, but I want you to take a look at all those and tell me when those were seized or taken into evidence in this case.
I'm tweeting this out.
Gotta love the local guys. That's great.
I do see a date on the packaging.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Right through it. That states 9/13/21.
Okay. And so you understand that is June, July, 3 months after these murders, correct?
Yes, sir. That September 13th would be several months after the murders. Yes, sir.
And that
Ammo could have been bought in the interim. It's completely irrelevant.
Around the property?
Yes, sir. According to the information here, it appears they were from different locations and where they were collected from. Yes, sir.
Did he compare it to other kinds of 300 blackout rifles, if not junk science and confirmation bias?
I guess you don't know whether the property of Moselle was open to Alec Murdaugh. I mean, from June till September, as far as you know, right?
I have no knowledge of that. No, sir.
And if he had the mind to, he could go out and remove every shotgun shell on the whole property, right?
I have no knowledge of
he could do what he wants with his own property.
Well, it would appear that no one removed any shotgun shells since you have them there in your lap, right?
It does appear that these were collected from these areas listed on the package on September 3rd, or I assume it's September 13 as it's dated and labeled by the person who collected these.
Okay. Let me show you. Exhibit 63 and 60, what I marked is Exhibit 63 and 64. And these are pages 51 and 55 from your report.
I'm actually hoping that Griffin gets ringed by Dick tonight.
Will you just confirm this for me? 63, 64, pages 51 and 55 from your report.
Yes, sir. I do recognize Defendant's Exhibit 63 appears to be a copy of an Item 10 worksheet for the fired shot shell.
Piece of shit.
And Defendant's Exhibit 64 appears to be a copy of my worksheet for sled item 14, which were 24 birdshot pellets.
Thank you.
Oh, birdshot. Birdshot. Was it birdshot that killed anybody?
Defendant 63 and 64 this time.
Oh yeah, totally. Birdshot managed to take out the back of Paul's head. Like
and the
seriously.
thing is, like, okay, I'm not going to go full body language autist here, but like his shifty eyes, where he's constantly looking for the judge or his able to save him.
What this is?
So he has no spine.
Yes, this is just a copy of one of our standard worksheets that we use to document evidence in the laboratory. So this is an ammunition and cartridge case worksheet, which is why I utilized it when I was documenting the item 10 fired shot shell. And this contains my notes that I took on that item.
Okay, and just so that we're clear, are we talking about Exhibit 33? This is the black colored shot shell that was found in the feed room where Paul Murdaugh was murdered?
Yes, sir, that is correct. State Exhibit 33 is the item we're discussing.
And you have a name under notes. It says on shot shell, it says, quote, dry lock 3-inch 2. You see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
You see that, Doug? Can you highlight that? Thank you. And And again, the exhibit there, and that's what you're talking about, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And number 2 is the size of the pellet.
Yes, sir, that would refer to the size of the pellets or birdshot that was that we would believe to have been loaded into that cartridge or that shot shell, excuse me.
Okay. And then if you'll go to exhibit 64, page 55, Doug, and it's 55 in your report, Agent Greer. And are these the pellets that were provided to you to analyze the number 2 size pellets?
Yes, sir. Sled item 14.
Sorry, I'm gonna get this one.
I determined
Let's
to
go
be
ahead and say this guy reads his notes again. We need more
24
soju. I got you,
birdshot
bro.
pellets, and those were listed as being from dog food storage.
It is
room.
8:59 in the
And
morning
if you look
on
at
Saturday,
under
and I'm considering
caliber,
breaking
it
out the
says number
whiskey
2
just to make it through
is
this.
steel.
It's
These were steel pellets,
6:53
wasn't
a.m.
it?
here.
Based on my examination, based on my observation, yes, sir, they were magnetic. So that would
So there's me
provide
making
that
that.
they had some steel in them. Yes, sir.
And
This guy's bad. This guy's real bad.
birdshot can either be steel or lead, I suspect. Maybe there's a third kind.
There can be multiple different metals used in making pellets. Lead is one, steel is one. There are also other metals that can be used in making pellets. Yes, sir.
Have you analyzed any of the Winchester dry locks that were seized in September
The coffee's long gone.
2021 to see whether they're steel or lead?
No, sir. I have not analyzed their
I
content.
suppose I can mix some bourbon in with some Coke.
Now, here you've got exhibit 64. You've got grain weight. And won't you explain what you're referring to? I guess I needed, I'm missing a page for that. So if you'll look at your page 54 in your file, because it says continued from Wade, and I guess that's on page 54. Is that right?
No, sir. That's just referencing from the weight category. That's kind of at the top portion of the page.
Okay.
I just continued my thoughts down below.
Well, so help me out here. You say there's 5 pellets weighed 3.4 grams, and then 18 pellets only weighed 3.6 grams. How does that work?
I weighed each of those pellets individually, and again, we're weighing in grains. And when I weighed those on our scale, that is what I documented. 5 of them weighed 3.4, and that should be a piece. 18 of them each weighed 3.6 grains, and 1 pellet weighed 3.8 grains.
Okay.
So the total of them altogether was approximately 86.4 grains.
Great. Thank you for explaining that. You also weighed the grains of the 300 blackout projectiles. And you don't have that in front of us right here, but did you not weigh the grains there?
Yes, sir, I did.
And if you got it, just tell us what they were. I have my notes here. I believe you said 147 grains. State's Exhibit 50, which is your item 8 on your report.
Yes, sir. When I weighed sled item 8, which was 1 fired bullet, it was approximately 147.4 grains.
And are you familiar with how 300 blackout ammunition is sold? What weight classes there are?
I don't know all of the weight, different weights that are within that caliber. No, sir.
Do you know there's like a subsonic and then supersonic?
Again, I don't know everything about that.
He doesn't
caliber.
know anything about guns.
There are various.
He's not an
weights
actual
that
gun
was
expert.
sold in for each
He's
caliber.
a little twink.
So I would not be
literally has
surprised
looked
at other grain weights, but I
some
don't know
crappy science and has latched onto it.
all of them off the
Because
top
it
of my
proves
head.
guns bad.
So as far as you know, the only
knows
weight you
nothing
could ever
about
get
guns.
is 147 grams. Right?
When I weighed these items, item 8 and item 12, they weighed approximately 147.
Oh, Gimba, I'm sure he knows all about shit.
Yeah, his guns definitely shoot glitter. That's for sure.
You mentioned
The notes.
in your testimony that
If he was just going to be reading off those, like, given how
Item
scripted that was, they could have just
42
submitted it as like an affidavit or something. Just had the court stenographer read it out. Or some shit.
91.
Like, seriously.
had a Winchester and a Federal 12-gauge shotgun shells in here. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir. They did have 2 unfired 12-gauge shot shells submitted with it. That's correct.
But you did more than that when you testified shortly ago. You said one was a Winchester and one was a Federal, I believe.
Yes, sir. One is a Federal premium heavyweight TSS, and one is a 12-gauge Winchester Longbeard XR, I believe.
Longbeard? Who's your
Winchester is not a dry lock, correct?
No, sir. The markings on that shell said a Longbeard XR.
Okay. And the Winchester found in the murder scene is a dry lock, correct?
The item is 10 shot shell, which was recovered from marker 10, which I do believe, my understanding is around the body of Margaret Murdaugh was a Winchester 12-gauge shell, and it says dry lock on it. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And then item 22, which is the gun that Murdaugh came down, was holding or was leaning up against his Suburban when Deputy Daniel Green arrived. That was, if you understand, loaded with a 12-gauge and a 16-gauge shell, correct?
When I received it, it was unloaded, but I did receive a 12-gauge shell and a 16-gauge shell. That's correct.
And if you fire a 16-gauge shell and a 12-gauge shotgun, what's likely to happen?
That's something that I have not done, so I'm unable to answer that question.
Yeah, bullshit. You can answer that question. Anybody with common sense can answer that question.
As
The
a firearms
jury can
examiner, I
answer
would
that question.
recommend shooting the ammo that your firearm is chambered for. I can't predict what would
Yeah, there is
happen.
an expert
That's
to give an opinion.
stupid.
He asked you an opinion question.
Anybody could answer that question. That's a dumb question.
All right.
What might happen? Okay, buddy? You should be able to say that if you know firearms. That's the thing is, this guy's not showing common sense. He's pretending he doesn't have common sense so he can get away with spouting bullshit.
You spoke of this review process
Only a little
that SLED
pathetic
with regard to
state
your
worm.
true mark analysis, and you said you do your analysis, you look at things under a microscope, and you type up a report.
Yes, sir. I look at the evidence, reach a conclusion, and write or type those conclusions. Yes, sir.
And then a reviewer, someone, and in this
Fucking
case,
pencil pusher that looks at other people's work and makes an
what
opinion.
was his name? Initial CW.
The reviewer was Chad Smith, another examiner within our department.
Is he
Chad. Oh God.
on the
Chad.
same level? Of,
Well, where is Chad? Put Chad on the stand. He might be able to answer
He
yes
is
or no to a simple
also,
question.
an examiner. I don't know his classification, but he has been employed in the department longer than I have.
Hang on, where's the evidence list? Is Chad on the on the witness list?
and then he looks at it. But
So
does
they
he
took the less
prepare an independent
experienced guy.
report and then
Yeah.
Who's
just the
reading
two
the
over and
report.
see if they match, or does he just take a look at it, come up with his thoughts, and then look at your document to see if he agrees with it?
He does not prepare an independent report. No, he does look at the evidence and arrive at those conclusions. And he would read my results. If he agrees with them, then he will sign off on those conclusions. If he disagrees with them,
So he's your supervisor.
then there's also
Why is he not on the stand?
that to happen.
Oh, we're still on little hands. Yes.
Now, you mentioned that in order to make an identification or match, or you have to have a certain number of similar, or is it similar or identical characteristics?
In order to make an identification, we want to see sufficient agreement between the individual characteristics. There's not a certain number that I use, as we use a method called pattern matching. And we're looking at, under the microscope, all these tiny striations.
Chad
and
McDowell, he's number 2 on the witness list. Where the fuck is he?
Those two tool marks with each other. And we're looking at those individual peaks and ridges and comparing those under high magnification in order to make
sure
an
he looks at a lot of ridges.
and based on that, through our training and experience at doing this job, we look at thousands of comparisons and conduct thousands of comparisons. During that time, we look at things that match each other that we know have been fired from the same gun or made by the same tool, and we look at things that have been fired by separate guns and see if there's any agreement or disagreement. And we look at thousands of these cartridge cases and bullets and tool marks in order to learn what that sufficient agreement is to make our identification.
Okay.
I'd walk out of the court too if I was.
You gave this jury an analogy like a ladder, and that you have to get up so many steps as you reach. The first step, I guess, would be rifle or shotgun, right? And then the second step would be caliber of rifle, if we're talking about a rifle. And then you keep going up the ladder.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're going to look at those class characteristics. So we're going to determine if, if they're the same caliber. Do they share the same rifling specifications if they're a fired bullet? If they are, then we can compare those. If, for instance, if a bullet has 5 lands and groove and it's going to the right, and we compare that to another bullet that has 6 lands and grooves and it's going to the left, then we know those did not come out the same barrel. So there's no need to do any type of comparison there. However, if we look at 2 that have those same lands and grooves, those 5 lands and grooves, and they're all going to the right, they're the same caliber, then we'll go up that ladder.
He thinks he's a good witness. This is a horrible witness.
Individual characteristics to see if they were fired.
I'd be surprised if the guy still has a job on Monday.
Tell this jury how many steps
they
of
love
that
this
ladder you
guy
have
because
to
he'll lie for him.
go up before you can
Sure.
make an identification.
As far as making an identification, it's based on the marks that what we see under the microscope. When we're looking at all of these marks, we want to see that sufficient agreement. Again, we want to see enough agreement so that what is there is better than any agreement that we've seen in tool marks that have been created by different tools. And that's learned on the job, doing this, doing practicals that I did in training, looking at thousands of comparisons of things that I've test fired, that I know are fired from the same gun, looking at things that I've test fired from different guns and looking at that. It's also done through studies that I participated in training. I'm looking at things that help us know what that sufficient agreement is within all of those features and looking at the totality of those markings. So we're not going to base our opinion just on one little mark. We're going to look at the entire surface area of that bullet, the entire surface area of that cartridge case in order to make our conclusion. We're not looking at one little mark and making an identification. So we have to think of the totality of all the markings that we see under the microscope.
So the short answer to my question, there is no set number of steps on the ladder you have to reach before you can make your decision.
We use a method of pattern matching again, and that's how we do it. And that's a widely accepted method throughout all firearms examiners in the United States and the world, really. That's what we've been using for years to complete firearms identification, and that's what's been widely accepted, looking at these patterns and comparing them.
Just because it's widely accepted doesn't mean it's correct or accurate in every single circumstance either.
Well, now you say it's been widely accepted, but isn't it true that that your field of expertise has come under criticism by the scientific community?
That's a yes or no question. Come on.
Again, there's been research completed to support firearms identification, if you will.
But I mean, the National Academy of Scientists issued a report and was pretty critical of the objectivity of your work, that it is more subjective because you don't have a set number of ladder rings on a ladder you got to reach. It's based upon your experience, your training, and your opinion, but there's no objective criteria by which to measure whether something matches or not. And that, you're aware of that criticism by the National Academy of Sciences, right?
I'm aware of some of the criticism, yes, sir. However,
That's not the answer. Just
No,
say
no,
yes
Griffin,
or no.
stop
Get him to
him.
say yes
Stop
or no.
him.
Stop him.
the process
Stop
of
him.
making the identification is
This
subjective
is
in
where the
nature,
defense fucks
but it's
up.
based
Stop
on
him.
some
Yep.
objective data that we're looking at. There's
Say so
You've
that's-
answered.
yeah.
There's no question pending. Stop him, Griffin. Come on.
Yeah,
reports of
this
those
is
tool marks,
weak.
the individual
This is
peaks
weak.
and ridges of those tool marks, and looking at it, it's not just looking to see is this a match and it looks good. We're really looking in under high magnification at all of these features to see what agreement or disagreement that we can determine. And again, that's based on some objectivity, of how
And
we
he wants
arrived
to be
into
the guy that
situation.
is the forefront of this.
You
He's
agree
not.
that your chosen field
He's going to go down as a hack.
is part art as much as
Our field is an applied science, really. We
Stop him,
use,
Griffin.
lighting
yes or
and
no,
angles
Griffin.
to look
Don't.
at these features under the microscope. And it's
Look, I know he's not
important
supposed to, but Poon, for fuck's sake, object.
to
Yeah,
move
Poon
those
needs
items
to
around and
get
move
in
those
here,
lighting and
This
those
is bad.
different stages
and by the
on
way,
our
I'm
microscope in
holding
order
Griffin
to
to
see
task
some of
on
these
this.
markings. It
Yeah.
can be difficult to do.
Because this is
there
this is
a
the defense's
special
job to
technique
rein
that,
in a
you have to learn
witness like
in
this.
looking
This is
at
some
this
bullshit.
and doing it and using that microscope to really become
Uh,
familiar
okay,
and
I see
efficient.
that comment.
you
That it's the
agree with
South.
me previously in this courtroom
Still,
under oath that
Yeah, look, you can still be
This-
courteous about it.
you're in.
Your Honor, I object. Is not that big of a deal. All you got to do is stand up and say it courteously.
And that's just the lighting thing.
there's a polite way to
For
do
example,
it. Right? Maybe
we
not cut
have
him
to
off.
look at
but
that.
say,
and we have
Your
to
Honor, can we get a yes or no answer?
use that
for in the
oblique
future,
lighting in order to make some of those striations show up. Again, these are tiny little
Someone
marks
flying Camille.
that we're looking at under magnification.
Camille wouldn't give a shit.
But
Oh, hell no.
the field itself is not art. It's an applied science.
But then
We're
again,
using,
Camille might alienate
scientific processes
local
to
jury
reach
in
these
rural
conclusions.
South Carolina.
These conclusions.
Sure.
With years of research to support it.
Sinbad's reaching for the vodka. Not
you
far
first
on you.
examined you first examined item 22 back in June of 2021, correct? Which is
Yes.
the rifle, the shotgun that Alec Murdaugh had that was taken by Deputy Green, right?
Yes, sir. Item 22 was a Benelli model Super Black Eagle, and I did receive that item in June. Yes, sir.
And when did you receive? I'm not going to pick it up again because I dropped it, and it's almost past 5 o'clock on a Friday. I don't want to create a.
That's exactly what he keeps doing. That's
But when
Griffin's
did
job
you
to be dragging
receive
it back.
the 300 blackout?
Being friendly with
Is that the item 33 rifle?
Yes,
you're
sir.
referring to?
Let me get a couple of super chats. This one from Spooky. So she took off, but appreciate
I
that.
received item 33, which was
This one, which
inside
says,
sled
cycle through the
container
weapon only,
K
maybe like a
on
chamber,
June
but not
10th.
fire because the weapon was not.
And when did you
loaded. I would
issue
hammer
your
that point. Say,
preliminary
cannot say it
opinions
was
to
fired by weapon Y. Yep.
on item 33 and item 22
Cannot
to,
say it was fired by weapon Y.
to your agency,
Push
SLED?
that. Thanks, Brett. Yeah, and I do notice that the defense walks away whenever he
I
goes along
released
with it.
some results to our agents and investigators on June 10th. Yes, sir.
Are you aware after June 10th that SLED dive teams have been going out, Colleton County, diving the waters, trying to find murder weapons?
I'm not aware of what all our dive teams were doing. No, sir.
Well, you certainly didn't report to the folks who were relying on your work that we found the murder weapons, did you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You didn't report to the folks at SLED who rely upon your analysis that, hey, Eureka, we got the murder weapons.
No, sir. That's not what I reported.
And you've never received any projectiles from the shooting range at Moselle to compare.
Objection, Your Honor, ask an answer.
No, he hasn't.
That's my question yet. Have you ever received any projectiles from the shooting range at Moselle to compare to the projectile item number 8.
It hasn't been asked and answered.
You can answer it again.
Yes, sir.
If you've answered it before.
Based on my understanding of the scene, I do not believe I received any projectiles from that shooting area. But that's based on my understanding of where I believe the other projectiles were recovered from.
When you got item 22, the shotgun, do you know whether it had been swabbed on the inside of the barrel?
I believe it had been processed by other departments. However, I do not know what those swabs entailed.
If a shotgun has been recently fired, does it leave evidence in the barrel that soot stuff?
Yes, sir. It's possible that we would see some type of residue from firing in that barrel.
And are you aware
Why the
that
fuck did he try and look through his notes just then?
swab the top before she removed the 16 gauge shell from it?
No, sir. I do not know what Agent Worley did in this investigation.
Can you see residue with the naked eye of a shotgun that has just recently been fired?
Sometimes, yes, sir. And that is something that we also document as part of our examination of the firearm. And when I looked into the barrel and looked down the bore of the item 22 shotgun, I do have in my case file circled that I noticed some fouling or residue in the barrel.
Right.
Shock horror. A gun that's been used previously has gunpowder residue in it.
So crazy,
I do not.
right?
I can't date when that fouling was placed there. That was residue. That residue was placed there. No, sir. I can't put a time on it.
What about the 300 blackout? Was it?
He's looking for the page. Tell me what to say.
Brandon, I will be dead if I drink every time he looks on the notes, but I will.
Yes, sir.
I will
That's
do one for
correct.
the
On
team.
the item 33 rifle, I did note that there was some fouling or residues in that barrel.
The opinion that you have provided this court as to the shell casings from the murder scene, which are items, sled items 2 through 7, and that your opinion is that they were loaded into, extracted and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time with items 35 through 37, 39, 108, 113, 116, 17, and 122, and those are shell casings that were found around the house and at the shooting range. Your opinion that they were loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm. Do you hold that opinion with 100% certainty?
Yes, sir. That is my opinion. That is the conclusion that I reached.
That is what I wrote down on a piece of paper.
You could not forensically state with 100% certainty?
No, sir. When I arrived at that conclusion, that was my conclusion. And it was also agreed upon by the reviewing examiner.
So if there's a note in Agent Owen's report that you couldn't reach it with 100% certainty, then someone has made a mistake?
I don't know the contents of Agent Owen's report.
That doesn't matter. That is not the question he just asked you.
That's all I have.
You redirect.
Oh,
Oh, God damn it. Selena Stoll says, I want to see LawTube lawyers march in Monday and take over. It'd be an epic law movie. Go defend this guy. We'd do a better job than that. I'm going to be honest, that wasn't the best cross. I mean, maybe they were reading the jury. I'll give them that because we don't see the jury. Maybe they're reading the jury, but
I'll stand for a moment.
I feel like this weasel got a very light, very, very, very light on this one. I would actually, like, if people ask, like, would you be on Murdaugh's defense team? Like, yeah, of course I would. I think everybody is entitled to a fair defense. Our founding fathers defended the redcoats, right? That they knew, were involved in the incident and were at the point the enemy, right? I believe that everybody is due to a fair defense and the best defense they can have.
Absolutely.
It's funny because somebody on Twitter called me a defense attorney. I'm like, are you aware I don't even do litigation?
State's exhibit.
Like are you retarded?
Could you kindly
The answer,
review that
yes.
very very quickly and let me know if you're familiar with what it is.
They could have torn this guy apart. That's what's like.
They could have. I mean, yeah, they definitely could have.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
This appears to be a copy of my report.
It's an accurate, complete copy of your report.
Yes, sir, it does appear to be.
All the things we just discussed today.
Yes, sir.
State would move to admit item state exhibit 400. I believe about it. Okay.
No, you're right, Don. The defense can call him later, but the simple fact of the matter is, why let it sit with the jury?
Questions concerned your field. Please tell us how long has firearms identification and tool mark identification? How long has it been around?
In its current form, I would say the early 1900s.
He all of a
when
sudden
this
becomes
really became
educated on
popular,
this.
and firearms identification was born with several important cases. It was as early as the 1900s that they started looking at this evidence and looking at those individual characteristics through microscopy. So ever since that time, it's just evolved and grew with further research and support, advances in technology, and but it's been around for several years.
And are you familiar with any studies that were done utilizing what would be called consecutive barrels?
Yes, sir.
Firearms. Explain to us what a consecutive barrel study would be and what what's done in those.
Sure. When we're looking at those characteristics under the microscope that were imparted onto a fire bullet or a fire bullet or a cartridge case, we're looking at all those tiny little features. A consecutively manufactured study takes into the account of the manufacturing process. So all those marks that we discussed are coming from that gun being produced by a manufacturer. Metal scraping and removing metal. So we have tools cutting and tools stamping and really working on hard metal surfaces. So when we look at a study that has consecutively manufactured things,
I'm sure that he knows a lot
presents
about
an
hard metal
opportunity for a
surfaces.
worst case scenario for us as examiners. If those tools were going to leave markings on other firearms, so if you had this breech face being made by the tool and it made the next one, those are consecutively manufactured. If there's any carryover of those characteristics from one to another, that's what that study does. It highlights that and it puts that as an emphasis as part of that study. And we as examiners are looking at that, that's our worst case scenario. If we're going to see any carryover of that tool making that item or that breech face, we would expect to see marks. There's several studies that are out there, and I've participated in several of those as part of my training, where we're given samples that have been fired by consecutively manufactured barrels. So if we see any agreement between each of those barrels, we should see it there. Or studies where we have consecutively manufactured breech faces. Again, those are breech faces made by the same tool, one right after another. And if we see agreement in there, we should see it in that study. I've participated in those studies, in those research projects. Some of them have been studies prior to me becoming an examiner. And I was able to clearly distinguish and accurately distinguish between those projectiles. So I was able to determine those projectiles were fired by this barrel, this barrel, this barrel, and this barrel, or that cartridge case was fired by this gun with that breech face, this gun with that breech face, and this gun with that breech face. So we are aware of that in our community, and we do things to be proactive on that. And that's just an example. And that's something I participated in and was able to successfully pass as part of my competency in determining what was fired by what in those consecutively manufactured studies.
And you were able to compare firearms that you know were consecutively manufactured, one after the other, right after the other.
That is correct.
And just for clarity, we're talking about, I'm referring to items 33 and 22.
Seems like
in
it.
the report.
Seems like
That would
it.
be the,
He was a good boy.
Item 33 being the blackout rifle, and then item 22 on the camouflage.
He's a very, very
Black
good
Eagle
boy.
3.
Yes, sir.
Your results for some of those were, when you say inconclusive, what does that mean? Does that mean that they could have been fired, or that you just can't determine?
That's correct. Inconclusive is one of our conclusions that we can issue when there's not enough agreement or disagreement there in those tiny microscopic characteristics. So what inconclusive means is it's possible it could have been fired by that gun, and it's possible that it may not have been fired by that gun.
Refer your attention to states, to your item number 165, States Exhibit 147. Remind us again what that item is.
Could I see item 165?
Make me find it.
Sorry.
Oh my god! What a weirdo! What a freaking weirdo!
Would you be able to find it in your report if you have it?
No, sir. I'm not sure that I'll be able to find it.
Yes, it should be here. Unfortunately. 146. There. All right, I'm handing you what's been entered into evidence in States 147. That would be sled item 165.
Yes, sir.
Did you identify what it is again and where it was located when it was found, more importantly?
Yes, sir. This was a Winchester 12 gauge shot shell. And on the side of the shot shell, it's stamped dry lock 3-inch 2. On the packaging for States Exhibit 147, it says from nightstand in Paul's room.
Now, I know council asked you a question about, your field being in applied science, just so we understand what an applied science is. Are there any other examples of fields that are applied in that general realm of applied sciences?
Yes, sir. A lot of what we do as firearms examiner is learned through our process of training and looking at samples and learning the job. It's kind of like, if you will, a physician. They go to school.
You are not.
They
You
learn
are
a lot
not a
in
physician.
their medical school, but they still do a residency program.
How
if you will. So they're
dare
on the
you
job,
compare yourself
doing
to
on the
that.
job training.
Comparing what he does.
Relevance.
Thank you.
Oh, what?
They should have sustained that.
Yes, sir. So they learn things in school. Firearms identification is not something that you can necessarily go to a school and learn to do. You can't get a 4-year degree and become a firearms examiner the next day. There are universities across the nation that have firearms identification as part of their firearms program, and they're teaching that component. But in order to achieve your competency at this, you need on-the-job training. You need the experience in looking at these samples and knowing how to evaluate the markings that we're looking at on these ammunition components.
Lastly, Agent Greer, Mr. Greer, I'm going to refer you to States Exhibit 400. I'm going to put that on the screen.
No, I think so.
I'm going to direct your attention.
We've been told there's at least 4
item
people on the
128.
jury that really look like
Can you
they
see
know
that on
about
the screen,
guns.
Mr. Greer?
So
Yes, sir, I can.
I guarantee they know this guy's
Specifically, your
bullshit.
findings
Fingers crossed.
concerning 2 through 7. You see where my
And
pen's
especially
pointing?
when he said
Yes,
he's
sir, I
not
do.
a hunter. I'm
Which
sure that
items were 2 through 7?
I'm sure that alienated a lot of
Those
these
were
guys.
from markers 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 respectively. And from my understanding of the crime scene, those were the ones that were located around Margaret Murdaugh's body.
Even according to
Again,
James,
This guy could
we're
pull
on
a-
page now, Mr.
I believe James'
That's on
numbers.
page 7. Yes, sir.
This guy could pull a massive hunting rifle out of his back pocket right now, and I still wouldn't believe that he knows anything about guns.
Items 35 through 37 and 39, where were those located?
Those were from the side entrance door, which would be the door, I believe, coming out of the gun room area.
And items 108, 113, 116 through 17, and 122, where were those located?
Those were from various areas, brought to you from the shoot field or from the field.
And tell me again what your conclusion was.
I was able to determine that based on matching characteristics in the mechanism marks that items 2 through 7, 35 through 37, 39, 108, 113, 116 through 117, and 122 had all been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearms on previous time.
Bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And further, thank you.
Bullshit.
Further examination.
You should.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
They should have gotten one question out.
Yep.
They should have gotten
While
one.
he's preparing to step down, ladies and gentlemen, we will recess for the remainder of the day and the weekend, and we'll need you back at 11:30 on Monday morning, 11:30. Please do not discuss the case.
So, there's case law that says, and I've been doing some research in the background, that it's impermissible for somebody to testify that to do source attribution from bullet casing. So you can't say, hey, this one came from this gun, which I think is what he's being very careful about, which is why he was kind of being a little bit more general. He was skirting around that case law. It's and why he didn't want to say yes or no, because I think I think the defense has a witness that's going to come up there. They should have a witness that's going to come up there and say, this is BS. This is why we don't accept this. Oh, wait, hold on. They're back for a second.
Which witnesses will you have?
Your Honor, if we're talking about the in-camera hearing, we'll have Mark Tinsley. And we do have another issue, which I believe I had indicated to Your Honor perhaps in a pretrial conversation as to a conversation that took place a few days after the crimes occurred, in which there were a number of individuals present. Mr. Murdaugh was present. I don't know the contents of that meeting because I've been out of an abundance of caution, have stayed away from that. And I believe that we may have a little bit of testimony just on whether or not there is any attorney-client privilege to that conversation. I've been careful throughout this investigation preparation not to be privy to that, but I do believe that it is not an attorney-client privilege conversation, but I'd like the court's ruling on that before I became privy to the contents of that. That's the only other issue at this time that I think would be addressed in camera that morning.
Your Honor, and my sort of a surprise here, were those conversations recorded?
No. And I mentioned this in our pre-trial.
Yeah, I know what you're referring to. Neither one of us know what the contents of those conversations are.
I believe Mr. Griffin was present at this meeting, which is exactly why I wanted the court's ruling before I became privy to the contents of the defendant's statements at that meeting.
We're not quite sure, but we'll wait with bated breath to hear whatever it is.
Can you be more specific as to what you're talking about, Mr. Waters?
From my understanding, there was a meeting or some sort of gathering in which Mr. Griffin and Mr. Murdaugh and then a number of other individuals were present, in which the defendant made some statements. The contents.
Individuals?
No. I think some of his partners and other individuals, maybe some family, to which I have never been privy to the contents. However, I would like to know the contents, but I've been careful out of an abundance of caution not to ever become privy until I had a ruling from the court that there was no attorney-client privilege because of the presence of third parties to that conversation. So I would like to address that with the court, and if the court believes that and rules that there is no attorney-client privilege, then I may, at the appropriate time, examine people who were present at that conversation as to what the defendant said.
And is that in relation to financial crimes or?
No, sir, that would be in relation to the murders of Maggie and Paul. But it is an in-camera matter that if we have the time available, I wanted to raise that with the court. Maybe we can go ahead and knock that one out as well.
All right. Any thoughts by the defense?
Your Honor, what he's referring to is, it was on Thursday, June the 10th, when SLED came to John Marvin Murdaugh's hunting property to interview Alec, to interview John Marvin Murdaugh, Randy Murdaugh, Buster Murdaugh, and I was there to represent Alec for purposes of that. Before SLED got there, we were all in the house. I have no idea what beyond that he's talking about. I mean, what was supposedly said or heard, or I have no idea, but beyond that.
No idea. Yeah, and I have no idea what these guys are talking about. Oh, hey, Kirk, you're welcome back.
The conversations that he's trying to find the substance of and who he's going to get them from.
Your Honor, I think that's just it. We would have a witness as to the circumstances of who was present, and in the event that Your Honor rules that because of the presence of third parties, it was not a protected conversation, then I would become privy or asked to become privy to the content of that. And again, that isn't
by inquiring of who?
Well, the witness who were present, and so I'm going to call one of those, which
law partners.
Exactly. And again, I wouldn't even have to do that.
The law partners are the third party.
Yeah,
is he serious?
Abundance of caution and protection.
I'll show that how that works.
There's definitely some conflict issues there, or some attorney-client.
Told that there was that meeting, and the circumstances of it, and I don't believe it's protected, and so I'd like to know.
If the law partners are the third party, I'm not so sure there, Counselor.
It's like he's asking.
Yeah.
And he's got no right to an evidentiary hearing about what happened at a meeting in the course of a trial. He's got no right to compel people to come testify so we can find out what was said. That's discovery. I mean, state grand jury allows him to do that, but there's no rule that permits him to conduct a deposition, whether in court or out of court. And that's what he's trying to do.
Not asking to conduct a deposition, Your Honor. I've actually been doing this out of abundance of caution and protection of the defendant's rights and making sure that we didn't cross the line without the court's input. And again, the content may be something that's useful or not.
Well, if you'd like to brief or send a memo or cases to the court regarding statements made in the presence of counsel and third parties, whether that's protected by attorney-client privilege or not, then the court can address the issue.
Yes, sir, Your Honor, and I'll be happy to address that Monday morning. I will. I do have a case, Marshall v. Marshall, 327 Southeastern 2nd 44, which just generally, of course, states the rule that if attorney-client privilege communications are related in the presence of third parties, then the protection is lost.
Unless
I can go ahead and hand that one up to Your Honor, and I certainly would be prepared.
Yeah.
That in great detail.
Yeah.
He's going to try and argue this and skirt around the fact that it was his law partners. That's insane.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
We'll be in recess till 9:30.
All right.
All right. Well, that finally does it. Kurt, welcome back to the stream.
Thanks for having me.
How do you feel about tools and marks?
I don't believe this guy. I don't believe it. I don't believe that you can uniquely identify spent rounds out of an ejected case. And I really got pissed in the redirect because he starts talking about sequential barrels. Oh, can you tell from sequential barrels with spent rounds? I'm like, well, whether you can or can't has piss all to do with whether you can tell with ejected casing.
Yes. Yes.
That's a completely different thing. So I don't know whether or not you can uniquely identify bullets that come out of sequential barrels, but I'm a way more willing to believe that than it comes to ejected casings out of an extractor that you can do it. Yeah. I found his answer so evasive. Like, could you answer a goddamn question? Actually, from both sides, he was bad about it. Like, could you just answer a question? That'd be great. At one point, the defense got real frustrated and just like, how about yes or no? Which at that point, I didn't bother. I would have gone so pissed long ago. I would have been, he was just start talking. I'm like, okay, how about you stop talking? Let's try this again. Just answer my question. How about that? That'd be great.
I think that maybe, see, we didn't see the jury, so maybe they're reading a jury. Maybe it's a Southern thing. They didn't want to, South Carolina thing. They didn't want to be perceived as rude. Who knows? But I would have, if it was me, without seeing the jury, I would have, when he asked yes or no and he didn't answer yes or no, I would put, and then he gave his answer. I'd be like, Judge, that was a yes or no. Like, like, Judge, that we needed a yes or no on that. He answered no, but he didn't want to say no. He, like, his answer was a no. He just didn't want to frame it as a no because it makes his side look bad. And that's why he waited. That's why he looked for help to the judge. That's why he looked to the bench. Instead of answering, he looked like a weasel. And look, I'm sure that anybody who knows anything about guns on the panel, and I'm sure there's at least one person on the jury panel, at least one, that knows enough to know.
The entire damn jury panel knows about guns, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure they know about guns, but like, I'm sure there's one guy that even knows about tool marks and has even looked this up and has done this research and is like, this is bullshit, right? And he's going to be like, yo, I know more than this motherfucker, this little twink who's over here. He says he hasn't hunted, he doesn't really shoot, he's pretending he only knows about his area. That's the other thing that's really interesting about him. He pretends he knows nothing about guns, like nothing about what might happen if you misload the wrong gauge shell or the wrong size shell. I know the answer to this question. What would happen, Kurt?
It wouldn't go well. It wouldn't go well. The gun would at best misload, and at worst, the wrong size thing would wind up plugging the barrel, and you wind up with an explosive result where the gun tears itself apart.
Yes. So either it's gonna not fire or it's gonna explode in your face. Right. Those are the two possibilities you got. Good luck with either one of them. With probability you couldn't give, but is that what's going to happen? Yes, because that's fucking common sense for anybody who shoots a gun, right? Anybody who's shot a gun or gone through hunter safety or anything else,
not even that. It's common sense for someone who has not been around guns all my life. Even I would know that if you load the wrong ammunition into a weapon, it's likely to explode.
Right.
Yeah.
Like that's common sense.
I've shot shotgun in the past. I shot 12 gauge, which is the most common round, and then 20 gauge is the second most common. And 20 gauge just is about the perfect size to fit the entire thing into the barrel itself. Because the flange, where the end of the casing is supposed to be wider than the bore, so the whole thing doesn't go down the bore. But a 20 gauge is obviously smaller in every dimension. Well, a 20 gauge, its flange is small enough, it will fit into the bore of a 12 gauge. It will go into the bore and basically act as a perfect plug. So they spend some time on this in shotgun safety class, because if you mix 20 gauge and 12 gauge, you're going to have a bad time. And it happens not like incredibly rarely. There are examples at every gun range I've ever been at where like, here is where someone did this thing. So if you do that with 16 gauge and 12
with a barrel like bananas or what?
You can wind up with all kinds of catastrophic things. You will wind up with you can banana the thing if the gun is already weak. Yes. You will wind up with some sort of catastrophic failure of some kind or another.
So let me show you this.
So you think that a guy that is a gun expert theoretically would be able to?
Let me show you. It's a little bit of a summary here from this case: United States versus Marquette Tibbs, Superior Court. This is felony branch. In this case, the defense raised and extensively litigated its objection to the government's proffer of expert testimony regarding firearms and tool mark identification, a species of specialized opinion testimony that judges have routinely admitted in criminal trials. Civilly, the government sought to introduce testimony of the firearms and tool mark examiner who used a high-power microscope to compare a casing found on the scene of the charged homicide with casings test fired from a firearm allegedly discarded by a fleeing suspect. According to the government's proffer, This analysis permitted the examiner to identify the recovered firearm as the source of the cartridge casing collected from the scene. The defense argued that such a conclusion does not find support in reliable principles and methods, and thus must be excluded under these particular rules. So the court ended up in this case, and like the punchline here is that the court ended up in this case finding that they could not use that evidence. They favored for the defense there and said you cannot use source attribution.
The annoying thing is, can we not skip over the one thing here though as well? These aren't the murder weapons.
These aren't the murder weapons. Oh, they might be the murder weapons.
Well,
it's inconclusive. But you're not testifying they are you? Well, it could be.
And there's no fingerprints, no blood, no gore, nothing else.
Even if he's going on about the bullets that have come out of these specific guns that he testified into a batch of water or whatever, a water tank. These aren't related to the bullets that were in the victims. These aren't the guns. It is completely irrelevant. All they're proving is that these guns.
What conclusion am I supposed to draw from the fact that casing, even assuming that I could do it, what conclusion am I supposed to draw from casings were found at the murder scene and also at the house that might have come from the same gun? What conclusion am I supposed to draw? Exactly. I don't know.
That the gun was fired on the property, and it was probably sighted. They were plinking. They were target shooting. They had a shooting range where you could just pick it up and shoot it. Okay, it was shot at the property. Great, fantastic.
Yeah. I also particularly liked where they asked him, if I fired a shotgun, would that leave some residue in the barrel? And he's like, well, it might. I'm like, what do you mean it might? Show me a shotgun where that wouldn't happen. That would make my life a lot easier after shooting.
Shit. I mean, have you ever cleaned a shotgun?
It's like saying if I breathe in oxygen, am I going to exhale carbon dioxide? Yes. Yeah. Fucking hell.
Yeah, I mean, literally, I will change. The type of ammunition I use, because some rounds, some brands, anybody who's shot before knows this, are way dirtier than others, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like I'm cleaning the shit out of my guns afterwards, and I'm like, this is not worth it. I'll switch the brands back or change around, because I'm just like, look, I'm saving a couple pennies, but my fucking the amount I have to clean is ridiculous. So. Anyways, Kurt, are you convinced of the guilt in this case?
Fuck no. Fuck no. At this point, I'm not even convinced that in fact he did it, let alone that state has proved it.
They're actually making, this is the irony of this. The longer this goes, the less confident I am in the prosecution. Especially as a lawyer looking at this, I'm like, why do they have to put on this weak ass evidence? It's because they don't have a case. That's my opinion on this. It's not
so thin
that Alex Murdaugh is behind the trigger. Alex Murdaugh is behind the trigger, not a hitman, not the cartel, not an angry, not the kennel master, nobody else. It's 100% Alex Murdaugh behind the trigger.
Yeah. Well, if that's their theory of the case, then no, I'm not convinced of any of those things. Yeah. They haven't even really, to my mind, really established motive at all. I in all these arguments, which of course hasn't been admitted yet, but I don't really buy the motive. Their best is the $792,000 check, and he was confronted the day of the murders with the check, but it wasn't the first time being confronted with it. He had been confronted like a week earlier or 10 days earlier about that same check, and he had said something about it. They renewed the issue, that day, but then his father goes to the hospital, and of course the topic completely shifts, as the defense pointed out. And so if you're Alex Murdaugh and you're thinking, I need more time, well, you've just been handed a huge amount of time, because no one's going to raise this issue as your father is sick and dying, out of courtesy. So if you're to the extent that pressure was on you, you've just bought yourself 2 weeks.
Right
from that.
Right.
And so what is your impetus to commit this murder? And people in my chat have speculated all kinds of things. Oh, it's because she was divorcing him. It's because, she was going to expose him. Oh, it's because of this or that. Mike, it'd be nice if you had any evidence of any of that. That'd be great. But you don't. And so I don't even know what his motive is supposed to be at this point. If it's a family annihilation thing, how is Buster still alive? That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, the only thing I can think as if it would have somehow delayed or stopped the investigations or anything like that. But we've already proven it only kind of made it worse for them. There's no life insurance here. There's nothing that could bail them out. I'm not seeing any gain, any pecuniary gain.
Oh, it was the boat case, the boat hearing. But your father just went to the hospital and is dying. You don't think you're going to get more time with that? You'll get an extension. You'll get a delay.
Yeah.
I can't go to this hearing right now because my father just is critically ill / dying / my mom.
It's gonna get you a couple more days with the boat case. A couple more days.
It's gonna get you. You'll get 2 weeks.
Yeah.
You'll get 2 weeks. This whole thing is nuts.
You kill your wife and your favorite son over 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, this is not looking good for me. At all.
Yeah. And how he was supposed to pull this off when, later that day, he's talking to the police, giving them access to the phone. The very next day, SLED is at the property, searching the property, can't find jack shit. Like, how was he supposed to have pulled this off, this basically quasi-perfect murder?
By the way,
with being presumably distracted by the realities of his father and mother and all the rest, unless he's the most cold-blooded psychopath of all time. How is he supposed to keep that all in check?
Right.
And the other thing is, keep in mind, so of the three of us, okay, we're all reasonably experienced attorneys.
Yep.
Say your wife and child have just been killed. You're grieving at the house. You have other law partners around you. Would either of you allow the police in to search the house by consent if you actually thought there was anything in the house that they'd find?
No, if I did it, no. I ain't no fool.
Yeah, no way.
And I don't even really need a huge reason. It's like the police could be like, I can't, do this right now. It's just too hard for me. I can't, I can't bear the thought of it.
If you were trying to get away with it, you would have resisted a little bit more on that initial stuff. He also wouldn't have, gone with the cops there, and he would have asserted his rights a lot more. He wouldn't have done the things I think he did if it was him behind the trigger. Now, if it was somebody else, associated with him, maybe like a drug deal gone bad, the cartel, somebody owed money to, one of these people that he owes money to, many people that he owes money to. And I guarantee he borrowed it from some shady character, and he was there and he knows about it.
If he's burning through this kind of money, something shady is definitely happening.
Oh,
so, yeah.
And by the way, okay, so let's talk about this conversation at the end with the law partner. I mean, there's no way this should be allowed. There's no way that the protected speech of a law partner to Alex should be admitted in. And the fact that they're trying to do that at trial and trying to add that in at trial, and they're trying to pitch it as a courtesy. But
courtesy
as a courtesy, we're going to tell you about this. It's like, no, this is bullshit.
As a courtesy, we've been trying to skirt around mentioning this. We mentioned during pre-trial, but we've deliberately tried to avoid it the whole way through. Fuck off. I'm sorry. Not a chance in hell. This is them trying to sneak something through in mid-trial that no one's had any sort of privity to. I mean, the defense, Dick Poon clearly had no idea what he was talking about. It was purely that Griffin was there, that he knew what they were referring to. It's like, no, not a chance in hell.
And I'm not sure exactly where this would line up with the witness list. Like, is this a conversation that they're going to have somebody else, like a hearsay conversation that they're going to try to get into another witness, or the witness himself? That wasn't clear to me. It might be related to another trial even, and a witness that they have for another trial that's not on this witness list. I'm not sure how they bootstrap this in. Once again, to me, this just seems like it's creating more and more appeal issues. I mean, Kurt, I've been saying at this point, the appeal is looking, presuming they find him guilty, which, by the way, they might find him guilty if they let in all the financial crimes and they got the people crying up there and the widows and the
if they do that, I think the odds of conviction are pretty good. I also think
he's a pretty, they make him seem like a piece of shit. They're like, oh well, let's just, he's a piece of shit, so we're going to convict him on this. I think the appeal looks very good at that point.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
Yeah. But surprising the defense at this state. I mean, that's just, I mean, it's a slimy tactic, and it should be unacceptable. But the fact that the judge is like, just send me some cases that support that, and it seems like if you send this judge any case from the state, he's willing to look at it. And the defense has proposed their own cases, but it seems like he looks at the state's cases and says, that we're letting it in. I am
covering this. I've been covering this 8 hours a day for the last 2 weeks, and I'm not sure that I'm going to continue covering it next week. I haven't decided right now. It's just so much bullshit.
We're on the same, and I have to talk to Jeff when he wakes up about that on how we're going to cover it. And actually, I'll do a little poll in the chat. I was going to do this. I wasn't going to do this, but I'll do it in the chat. So, how you guys would think about it. Maybe, if we pick up with the defense, or if we just
it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. So much minutia of information can we go back to phone rotations? Because that was just so insightful. It's like, how much does any of this matter? It's like, at this point, if the jury convicts, I don't know what the hell they're thinking.
Well, they could just not like him. There could be some anger against the blue bloods. I don't know. Like, we got to get the our uppers, get the elites. He's doing these dirty financial crimes. I guess you could convict on that. Anyways, poll is up. There's obviously a couple options here for next week. I put up pick up with defense means we would stop and then start again with the defense. Summary streams mean doing summary streams either like maybe daily or weekly. We'll see. And then streaming as normal is just doing whatever we're doing for normal, and then drop is there as well. So yeah. Oh, and Ozzy, I know you got to go, so let me whore you out like a cheap koala on a Tuesday. Follow my friend Ozzy Overlord Hayden. He has been the man. Even if we decide, or I decide to say, hey, I'm bowing out maybe next week, or bowing out to the defense or whatever, Hayden has been covering it. Make sure you check on him, and you might have it if you pick up your streams, you might have it in the background.
That's what I'm thinking. Because I'll still just do the usual show, going through the news articles, going through cases and that sort of thing. But I might just have it on a screen in the background so that, if something ridiculously stupid happens, at least I can pull it up straight away or some shit like that. Either way, guys, Monday, at this point, I won't be on irrespective, because for me, that's Tuesday morning, which is my 250-mile round trip to my regional office. If something changes, then I might be. But I'll certainly, at this point, I'll be back on Tuesday.
Awesome. So check out his channel. Make sure you've got everything checked out here. And yeah, give him some follow, throw some likes on his stream. It always helps. But thank you, Hayden. Seriously, thank you.
No worries, guys. I'll catch you all later. Cheers.
Cheers.
Where's the button?
Yeah, it's just manually.
Just you and me, Andrew. It's the way it's meant to be.
Yeah, back to the destined duo. You've been covering this from the beginning, and I guess I haven't had a chance to ask you these questions. Like, did you come into this with any sort of perception, like, oh, Murdaugh's going to be a slam dunk against Murdaugh, or we're gonna, come in here and see a lot of evidence for Murdaugh? How did you?
No, I didn't come into it with a strong presumption, because I had made a decision that I wanted to cover it, and because I made that decision, I, as a general policy, try to keep my knowledge base a little bit removed so I can learn things as the jury is learning things, because I want to, remember what I do know or don't know. So I knew like the basic fact pattern. I knew like the basic accusations. I knew about the financial stuff, but I didn't want to get into the details of it, because it's like, well, I'll learn about it in trial and see what's good and what's bad. And then it's like 2 weeks later, and I'm like, I've lost the will to live. I don't know why we're here. I now know why the jury isn't allowed to take notes, because if they were allowed to take notes, that means they would have pens, which means they have weapons in which to attack each other and themselves. So, it's part of the reason there. So it's just so much.
I was concerned about that. Okay,
did you send an invite to James from Court? Because I'd like to see if
I did. I sent it from James from Court. James from Court definitely has an invite.
Okay.
And sorry, I love.
No, you're fine.
I think she may be in the middle of a bad take. Here it is. So she's got this take here. Did you catch that? The sled expert testified that the Blackout 300 shell casings found near Maggie Murdaugh's body were cycled through the same rifle as older casings found on the Murdaugh's property. State says she was murdered by a gun her husband owns. okay, to what point? Okay, I love Shanley, baby. I'm sorry. Okay, near Maggie's Murdaugh's body does not mean the shell went through her body. This is a hunting lodge. So let's pretend this guy can even testify to what he's testifying to, because his whole area is suspect. His ability to say what he's saying, everything is suspect. So let's stop there and say, okay, the whole field is suspect. But even assuming he can say that, even assuming that he can say that, finding a shell on a hunting ranch, hunting lodge, whatever, right, that has a shooting range that's right there, finding a shell nearby from a 300 blackout means absolutely nothing.
Here's my question. You say the same rifle as older casings found on the property.
Yes.
That implies that the shell casings found near Maggie's body were not older casings. Okay, how do you know that? How do you know how old or not the casings found near her body were or not?
Yes.
Because this rifle had been fired a lot on the property. So maybe the casings found near the body were, so you're saying they're close in proximity. How do you know they're close in time? Did we have any information that put them close in time?
He didn't testify.
Not that I remember.
He didn't testify to that at all. At all.
So that's if you could somehow date the casings to the time of the murder, that would be a lot more persuasive, but there was no testimony to that. So what am I supposed to do with this information?
Nothing. So even assuming that stuff can be true. Sorry, Shannon, that's a nothing burger. I get that she's got to make wine out of water, with Court TV. I mean, you've got to make these boring trials interesting. You got to make something that is a nothing burger into a sandwich and sell it for $19.99. But we're not going to sit here and lie and pretend like that's super exciting evidence, because it really is not. So we'll see. We're going to see. I mean, apparently, according to Gosney, I guess there's going to be a defense witness who's an actual expert in this, who's going to testify.
I would imagine.
And rebunk that. They've got to bring on a witness that just chews that guy up. And by the way, I think that a very effeminate guy like that, who's never been hunting, never shot a gun, is not going to look great for a ruled jury. That's just my guess. If they bring in like a real gun guy who like shows that he knows guns and like he shoots and I'm confident that this guy knows about guns. I mean, I mean, frankly, this guy that they had on the prosecution's expert, the tool expert, with his Exhibit 69, I'm not convinced that he's ever picked up a gun outside of the laboratory, and frankly, I'm not even sure he really manipulates it himself in the lab, at all. So I don't think that's very, for like the common person, I don't think that's very convincing. And I'm hoping that somebody on that jury sees through him. That being said, guys, I reached out to James. I don't think James has come back on me, but what I am going to do is I am doing a summary stream this weekend. So what I will do is I'll try to get James back on, and I will try to have him join the summary stream so he can give us a recap of the stuff we missed yesterday, today, and anything else. I'll reach out to him and see if he's available for that. But that being said, guys, follow Uncivil if you haven't followed Uncivil. Thank you for covering this case as well. It's good to have fellow people watching this case so we can share our misery. All be crabs in
my
the
energy has so expired. My streams, especially today, was so dragging. I was not the YouTuber I'd want to watch today because I was so low on energy and stuff, man.
This is not my peak performance. I like to come in and do a 2 hour, maybe a 1.5, 2 hour, maybe 3 hour stream, be high energy, be hitting all the high points, be really going at what's important. This is slow, dry, and this is not my thing. To deal with really fucking boring court testimony, because I'm just going to admit it's boring. I can't pretend like this. I can't polish this turd and pretend like it's not a turd. It's a fucking turd. And anybody who's out there pretending this is a super exciting trial,
it wasn't the John Grisham story of my dreams. That's for damn sure.
No, this is not Time to Kill.
No,
this is not good. But anyways, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for doing that. And guys, follow him, and I will catch you all later. I may do a Sunday, I think the Sunday night stream, which is my Monday morning, may be a thing that happens. So, guys, take care. Peace.